Floyd and he was me,
Yeah.
he wouldn't never have to fight again because that exhibition shit,
Yeah.
as me being his little brother, hey little bro, we finna do 10 rounds and we both gonna get 100+ million for it.
Right.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well,
Right.
well, I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Right.
And
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes, got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it, this channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Just Do shine busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Just Do Boxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Just Do. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah. You know what time it is. "4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link.
It's time for another raffle brought to you by the JBT. Our first item is a new 10th generation iPad with a liquid retina display which shows off beautiful color and has plenty of power for all your handheld computing needs. Great for work, play, or just movies on the go. How much is it to enter, you ask? Just $10. Or you can catch the deal with 3 entries for just $25. It's easy to enter. Just cash app your entries to $JBT Network 1. That's $JBT Network 1. Our second item is a set of Kenichi Bear Bluetooth noise canceling headphones. Great for gaming, movies, or travel. As the second prize in this great raffle. Our third item is a Ninja brand air fryer. Great for all your air frying needs. Cooking healthy with the JBT. So send your entries via Cash App to JBT Network 1. That's JBT Network 1. $10 each or 3 for $25. Put raffle on the comment line and you are entered.
What's good? What's good? Salute to the Just Do family. We back to build on this good boxing and give it his just due, how we always do. Y'all already know the drill. Smash the like button, sub to the channel, turn your notifications on. Say what's up, join the raffle. You know that with a $10 entry, three different prizes, from an air fryer to the Kenichi Bear headphones to that iPad that everybody think they gonna win. Shout out to everybody supporting and anybody that's gonna jump in the raffle, man. How y'all feeling today? Another day, another build. To talk this good boxing, man. What's good with it? Bruce Gas, what's good with the OG? Mark West, what it do? Milan, what's good with it? Mike Biggs Boxing, my bro, what's going on with it? How y'all feeling? We got to get this fight is just due, even though everybody's trashing it. I had a longer time to think about this fight. You can't avoid it. It's coming up. It is Canelo. People are going to tune in. They're going to have some people mad, but they're going to be fire sticking it. They're going to be watching this fight. And, I've seen a bunch of different little clips and interviews and different things, different takes on this fight. It made me look at it a bit deeper. And, look, Canelo going to pick who he want to pick, but we forced to dissect his opponents down to the last degree. You get what I'm saying? And I think that's what I've been doing with Edgar Berlanga. You just got to face it. This is who we fighting, and this is what it is. But I'm here to get his fight a closer look, man. And it's a bunch of different takes, like I said, about who gonna win. Edgar Berlanga talking really confident, man. So it made me look at this fight just a bit different. Talk is cheap. He's still gonna have to deliver on his talk, but I will say I like it. If you just think about it, look at the last, X amount of opponents of Canelo's, right? Who's the last person that really, really talk like they wanted to beat his ass? You get what I'm saying? And really consistently just keep, he's talking it, but he got to walk it, right? And I'm to the point where I know where his disadvantages is for the most part for me from the outside looking in. And it's about him and how he performed. You get what I'm saying? It's deeper than the win or the loss. Again, you aim to win always, but we know the cards are stacked up against him. The cards stacked up. It's a stacked deck, and it's against Edgar Berlanga. So he's gonna have to fight his way out of this. It's an uphill battle going into it, and I think it would be almost the case for just about anybody that's gonna get in the ring with Canelo, just because of the sheer experience and how early this dude turned pro and how long he's been fighting, the experience he has, who he's been in there with. I mean, the list goes on and on. So I think damn near everybody in some way, shape, or form will be at some type of disadvantage when it comes to Canelo Alvarez, if we being fair. What it do, Mike Biggs? How you feeling? Tasmanian Wolves, what's good with it? Yeah, I'm gonna talk about it. Al Booker, what's good with it, fam? He said, yeah, I'm fire sticking this one. Aisha, peace and blessings to the queen. How you feeling? A technique was good with it. Canelo Berlanga is basically Tank versus Rolly. Difference is Tank didn't want to fight while Canelo chose him. Could it be a cherry pick going wrong? Thomas Hill, my guy, Capone was good with it. He said, did someone say they want deuce? And what's good, bro? How you feeling? How you feeling? We're gonna talk about it. So look, man, I know how people feel about this fight. Like I said, I had my reservations about this fight myself, but now that it's coming closer, it is fight week. You get what I'm saying? I'm a boxing junkie, man. I can't just completely ignore it. Am I overly excited that he chose Berlanga? No. But like I said, just paying attention to some of these interviews and different things, I can say that Berlanga is at least talking the talk, y'all. At least he talking it. And like I said, just look at the last Canelo opponents, Jaime Munguia, super respectful. Jamel Charlo, super respectful. John Ryder, super respectful. Like all these guys went into that fight super respectful. And a lot of times we feel like if you go into a fight like that, you already lost. You get what I'm saying? You got to show this dude little to no respect. And look, I'm with Edgar Berlanga. I like it. I like the energy. The hell with it. Look, if I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose talking crazy. I'm going to lose being confident. You get what I'm saying? And I'm going to go out like a real one. You feel me? I'm going to go out how I'm supposed to go out. You get what I'm saying? We ain't going to do too much. We ain't going to have too much respect for this guy. And I think that's the difference in this fight and a lot of other guys fighting him. And I like this. So look, Berlanga, he does have some holes, but he has shown some improvement. You know what I'm saying? Lonnie Lee, my guy, JBT family. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Y'all hit the like button. Give me 2 seconds. Let your boy grab some H2O, and we're going to get to this, man. Pardon me, y'all. All right, we here. We got to talk about it. So look, like I said, this fight right here ain't got people jumping out their seats and jumping for joy, right? But it's a fight. It's a boxing match. It is what it is. Canelo, like I said, if you just look at everybody that's left at 68, we already know both Morrell and Benavidez seen it fit to go up to 75 to go be great. They felt like a Canelo fight wasn't something they probably either one of them was going to get. So they moved their talents to 75. With that being said, but even with them, but with the exception of them, what you got left is a bunch of, I guess up and coming fighters. I feel like one of the most proven guys, obviously, there would be Caleb Plant, and he already faced Canelo. So what I'm saying is you basically got a bunch of guys that are in a situation, especially when it pertains to Canelo, to be at a disadvantage no matter how you slice it. Nobody's going to be able to account for the 60 plus fights that he got. You get what I'm saying? Nobody's going to be able to, outduel him in terms of he turned pro at 15. So he got a wealth of experience over a lot of people. It's not too many guys, like I say, they've been in there with Mayweather, Cotto, Golovkin. Like, you get what I'm saying? Danny Jacobs, like he done been in there with the list goes on and on. We know the track record. Shane Mosley, like he done fought them all, right? So there's nobody at 68, especially left with Morrell and Benavidez exiting, and there's nobody left that's truly gonna have that, that resume that's gonna make you look at it on paper and say, you know what, that right there, that is the guy to beat Canelo Alvarez. And if we being honest, the two guys that probably had the best shot or would have had the best shot, like I said, just exited the division. So what do? Canelo's up to his regular tricks. He's picking who he wants to fight, when he wants to fight him. And we kind of gotta accept that this is where he's at in his career, right? This doesn't represent the whole of boxing, but this is how he chooses to move. I mean, he got the crown right now, and they calling him one of the faces of boxing. He's a pay-per-view guy, pay-per-view star. He doing what he want, and he having it his way. So, like I said, we left with Berlanga. Look, no slight, no disrespect to him. I know a lot of people saying he trash and all that stuff like that. Mr. Empire, what it do? Ace, what's good with it, family? How you feeling? A lot of people saying a lot of different things. He trash, not that good. He's just gonna get knocked out. I get it. I understand. If you look at some of the people that he's fought, you get what I'm saying. Some of the people that's giving him trouble, they definitely don't come nowhere near Canelo Alvarez in terms of like talent and skill, right? But I mean, you got to be ready. These is one of them opportunities where you got to be ready. I mean, he got some knockout power. He got some size over Canelo. He's been in the ring, right? He's shown the ability to be able to go the distance, right? He's battled some adversity. He's got put on the deck. He's gotten up, right? You get what I'm saying? And look, I'm not overstating this, but my job is to give y'all something else to think about. I love boxing, so I would hate for everybody to just hate this fight. Maybe I could give you something else different to look at or consider. It's not just about the win or the loss. If you look at it, there's nobody, especially with the two that just exited, there's nobody definitively that you got beating him at 168 to begin with. So why not it be a young, hungry, power punching, Puerto Rican young fighter that, got some buzz surrounding his name. He got the push, he got the backing. Look, he talking like he hungry. He's talking like he ready. He talking like he gonna go get it. I ain't that mad at it. I ain't tripping because, like I said, the last handful of opponents or so, all the way even up to Triple G, nobody talked like they was coming to beat this dude ass. At least he talking it now. Again, I'm being very firm and specific with this. I love the energy and the talk, but he gotta fight like this. And I feel like what Roy Jones said, like, it's risky, but that's just might be one of the risks you have to take and make peace with when you enter with Canelo. You're gonna have to back him up. You're gonna have to hurt him. You're gonna have to bring a fight to him. You're gonna have to be prepared for this guy that got 60 plus fights in that's coming to knock your head off. And you've been doing a lot of chirping and talking. And some people feel like that's the worst thing you could have did was get him motivated to actually want to hurt you. Now, I get that, but look, it's a fight. He gonna try to hurt you regardless. So I ain't hearing none of that going in there trying to be nice, rock him to sleep. Hopefully he don't try to knock. Man, this the hurt business. That man was gonna try to knock your head off regardless, and that's what you better expect. So the fact that you going at it like this, I like it. Like I said, this is just one facet. This is one part of it, right? You still got to get to the fight. You still got to, make your ring walk, get your way in the ring. You still got to handle business. But at least right now, he's displaying energy to me that I at least could say he trying to let you know, look, man, I ain't bowing down. He said as much. I ain't bowing down. It ain't about no respect right now. I gotta hurt this dude. Like I ain't no room for no respect right now. And I like it. Throw all that respect out the window. After the battle was won, then you go out there, you shake his hand, hug him, you give him all his praise if that's what you want to do. But up until then, man, you got a job to do. Let's not act like this ain't no uphill battle. Let's not act like this ain't going to be the toughest fight of your career. Let's not act like you're taking an enormous leap from Patrick, what was his name? Patrick McRory, the Patrick McRorys of the world to Canelo Alvarez. This is what they say, the cream de la creme. There you go. There's no challenge, I don't think, that you have faced up until this point that's going to prepare you for what Canelo Alvarez is. But I hope you understand that, and I hope you and your team has done your very best. I hope you've done your homework. I hope you're approaching this fight strategically, you know what I'm saying? And from an honest standpoint too, being real with yourself. This dude is a threat. You get what I'm saying? He's an older vet, but he's still young. He still got some tread on the tire, and you can't overlook him. And it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be a fight where you could go in there playing with this dude at all. Shout out to my guy. But yeah, he's not trash. He's just not nowhere near Canelo level, right? And it's really the experience, Al Booger, because at the end of the day, I know there's levels, but it's only so high a level can go, and it's only so low of a level somebody gonna be at, right? He just can't. He just can't. Ain't reached the Canelo level, but who has, right? Who can say they turned? How many of these guys that he would get in the ring with could say they turned pro at 15, been fighting grown men since 15 years old, right? How many people could say they got 60 plus fights in, right? How many people could say they fought from where, anywhere from welterweight all the way out, and I believe he might have fought at 40, but all the way up, you get what I'm saying, to as heavy as 175. So his experience is just vast through multiple weight classes, right? And it's very hard for any of these young fighters on the come up to account for that much experience that this dude is bringing into the ring. It really tips the scale in his favor because he's still young enough where he can still keep up with you physically. But then can you match him in wits? Can you match him in IQ? You get what I'm saying? Can you play better chess than he is? Can you be a better chess player than him? That's the thing. And it's a tough ask for these young fighters. Malik K was good with it. Really like that. You can hit with power. Yeah, I hope he coming to bring a fight. Legacy was good with him, my guy. How you feeling? I hope he coming to bring a fight. Malaza, what it do, fam? Melanin Queen, peace to the queen. How you feeling? Canelo choose the move, and he shouldn't get mad. Fans choose the 5-6 fights. yeah, you can't have it both ways. If it's the improv, you can't have it both ways, though. You know what I mean? Berlanga need to win. If he choose to do so early, isn't good job for a loss. That's our position. Shout out to Malaza. The Chop Shop in the building. BJ33 Cast Sports in the building. The Box Story, and man, great build over there, by the way, man. Shout out to my guy. Y'all smash the like button. We just getting started. We're going to get to this cook. Like I said, we just got to build on this fight. It's here. It's fight week. Canelo Berlanga. It's been a lot of talk. A lot of talk from the Berlanga side. A lot of confidence. He's selling this fight. He letting y'all know, look, man, I ain't got no respect, man. I ain't about no respect right now. I'm coming to win. And look, that's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. At least that's what I want to hear.
I'm not Charlo. I'm not Munguia that just came for payday. You know what I'm saying? They balling down to him. Now we're not doing that.
Mm-hmm. You heard him.
I'm not Charlo. I'm not Munguia that just came for payday. You know what I'm saying? They balling down to him. Now we're not doing that.
Nah, we ain't doing that. We ain't bowing down. That's important. That's really important. Because look, there's nothing he can do about the gap in experience in terms of number of fights. There's nothing he can do in terms of like the quality of fighters that Canelo fought versus him. There's not, those are things that he can't control. There's nothing he can do about that. You can't change or make up for the fact that he turned pro at 15 and been fighting grown men since a damn teenager. You get what I'm saying? You can't make up for the fact that this guy has fought as high as 175. None of that. You can't do nothing about none of that. But what you can do is control the tempo, control the energy going into the fight. Stand on your square. Let this dude know, look, man, I'm coming to win. I'm not laying down. Charlo laid down. McGee and them laid down. It was too respectful. They all laid down. I'm not laying down. You're going to have to lay me down respectfully. It's something about that I could respect versus going in there playing it super safe after talking this way and not trying to do nothing about it, right? So this is, like I said, this is one part of it. He still got to deliver come fight night, but hey, fight night will be here before you know it. And I'm ready to see what this kid can bring. Look, because I'm all about giving people they just do. And like I said, I'm not overhyping, overstating, Berlanga. But at the end of the day, he's a fighter. He started off hot with the 16 first round knockouts. We all know this, right? That gave him a extreme lot of buzz. You get what I'm saying? Some would say it was a gift and a curse, because the minute he stopped getting knockouts, you started hearing all the chirps. People started saying, "Oh, his knockout power ain't really like that. He a front runner." You seen him get knocked down. People said he got exposed. Now you hearing people say he's chinny all of a sudden. All this different stuff. But we also asked this dude to box. We also asked this dude to improve and learn how to box. And something that I was able to see and discover within these fights that went the distance, I learned more about him in those distance fights than I did those 16 first round knockouts. He showed me that he does try to stay behind the jab, right? He is willing to learn, try to improve, and outbox and outthink his guy. I've seen this from him. So again, I'm not saying what he's shown me in any of these fights is enough to beat Canelo, but I'm just highlighting he has the makeup of a fighter, man. He know what it takes to a degree. Now, he's never been on this level, and many haven't up until you get this opportunity, right? It's only one Canelo in the division, right? So this is an opportunity of a lifetime. He just got to do his best to be ready for it. Stand on business. If you're not going to respect this man, don't respect him. If you come to bring the fight, well, bring the fight to him. If you going to be in the fire, just know what come with that. You get what I'm saying? Make peace with your game plan. You know what I'm saying? Draw the best game plan, and you got to go get him. Because, I mean, if you just stand there and you just sit back and try to outbox this man, I think you up shit's creek. You got to kind of take the fight to him. You get what I'm saying? You got to push him back. You got to be the man in there. You got to be the bully to some degree in there. You got to be physical with this dude. You got to be smart. Your defense got to be on point. You get what I'm saying? You can't get desperate. You got to learn how to be patient. It's a lot that you have to be. You're going to have to be on point. And I get it. It's a tall task. But look, that's why we see these fights. I mean, another training camp, another fight, another opportunity for Father Time to maybe creep into the arena for Canelo. Who knows, right? Maybe this is perfect timing for Edgar Berlanga. Maybe it is his time, man. He called himself the chosen one, right? Maybe this is what he was chosen to do, get in this situation and make the most out of it, right? But we know this ain't no damn fairy tale or no storybook, so he gonna have to bring that smoke. You know what I mean? Ashley's corner. What it do, cuzzo? How you feeling? Always good to see. Nostalgia, like, what's good with it? I don't see Berlanga being Canelo. Yeah, it's tough, man. Don't mess with Texas, my guy. What's good, bro? How you feeling? Doing it smart. Either way, he's using this opportunity to announce himself, unlike others who see Canelo as the end goal. You see what I'm saying, Milan? I'm just trying to give people something different to look at. I like that angle. That's all I'm saying. Like, look, this is what it is. I got the opportunity to fight him. I'm going at it, bro. I got to go at it. You know what I mean? You got to take it there with him. Mike Ryan, what it do, my guy? How you feeling, bro? He gotta be smart though. He mentions the jab will be important on gloves off. Flyer frequency. What's good with it, fan? Imagine if he knocks Canelo out. Yeah, I'm telling you. Look, he said, look, I know I'm the clip king. I got a bunch of clips, man. He said he might get Canelo. He think he can get Canelo up out of there by 6, man. Let's hear it, man. Y'all smash the like button. Let's get to it. And I'm trying to find a way to pump some life into this fight. Like I said, I do think it's a good fight. It's not the best that Canelo could have gave us, but if you just look at Edgar Berlanga, his body of work, again, everybody's gonna fall short in terms of experience or quality of fights when it comes to Canelo. Nobody's resume is gonna be to stack up to his. The kid been fighting since he was 15. Like I said, he now 33, 34. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of smoke. 60 plus fights. Nobody is gonna account for that. So at this point, why not get behind a young Edgar Berlanga? Nothing against Canelo. Like I already know this, he got more than likely he gonna pick up the win. But why not get behind a guy, especially if he's showing you that he actually coming to win? And that's really what's important to me. It's bigger than the win or the loss, because we all know, let's keep it real, it's not Berlanga's fault that he had a disadvantage. Canelo put in a lot of work. That's gonna be a crazy opportunity for a lot of guys in his shoes. So it's up to him to just make the most out of it. So like I said, if he show a good account of himself, if he really come to win, if he really come to show up and not just lay down, be an opponent, being all with Canelo, just be glad to share the ring with him, or be glad to make the most money he probably gonna make in his career in a single fight, then if he showed the opposite of that, you get what I'm saying? Like, yo, I'm hungry, I'm coming to win, I ain't just talking, I'm gonna actually try to beat this dude. I can't be mad at him if he come up short, because we all know what Canelo Alvarez is, and we all know, there's some important qualities that Edgar Berlanga may be lacking at this point, right? It's some things that he really got to get on top of and in quick time, because this fight is right here. Favorite G's was good with it. Opulent LDTV, my guy, was good, family. Picasso was good with it, fam. Man, yeah, man. RIP to you said tribute to Earl Jones. James Earl Jones, yes, man. R.I.P. to him. Canelo's gonna beat him up. I know, Queen. I'm trying to breathe some life into it. Peace to the Queen. My Queen, Miss Just Do. Hope you feeling okay over there, baby girl. Shout out to everybody, man. Appreciate everybody checking up on the fam too, cause I know baby girl got into a car accident with the kids in the car, and I had to take a quick day, but we back to it. Everybody good. The kids is straight. Baby girl is good, just a little sore. So we back to this cook. Appreciate everybody checking in. Ray Davis, what's good, my guy? How you feeling? We gotta, so I gotta try to breathe some life into the fight, right? I gotta I gotta go at it from a different angle, right? I can't sit here and tell you, yeah, for sure. Appreciate you, bro. I can't sit here and tell you that he's better than Canelo. I can't sit here and tell you that he been putting in more work. I can't tell you that his resume better, right? Can't tell you he hit harder. It's a lot of things I can't tell you, but what I hope I can say based off the energy he's given us is that he's coming to win. And as long as that is his mentality, he'll give himself some type of shot at doing so, right? Even competing. I don't want to see nobody lay down. I don't want to see you go in there and be like, this Canelo Alvarez. Nah, go knock his damn head off. Don't go in there and pull a Kovalev where you look like you're pulling your punches and the fight looks suspect. Don't go in there. Go in there like, you know what? And so Edgar Berlanga said something that I like. He said, it's always been that way with me. It's either you or me. That's it. Ain't no, it's either you or me. And approach this fight that way, because it's exactly going to be that. I mean, appreciate you. Appreciate all y'all. Everybody is good. Somebody rear-ended and smashed into the back of her, because people don't pay attention on that road. But she's good, though. Everybody good. She just sore still. But don't work too hard on them. You know what I mean? Appreciate everybody. Shout out to my cousin. But yeah, man. That's where I'm at with it, right? I level with Edgar Berlanga there. You know what I mean? You're a young fighter. You can't do nothing. Hey, look, shit. I mean, at least he accepting the opportunity, and he running, he going at it with the right energy so far. That shit just has to translate and transition over into the ring. You can't have talked like this and then get in there. Now you don't want to pull the trigger. Now you realize the level that you in front of, and all of a sudden you ain't come to win no more. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see that. And as long as I don't see you tuck your tail or nothing like that, hey man, if you can get your ass beat by one of the most experienced and talented fighters in the game, then by all means go out, but go out the right way. Go out on your terms and go out fighting. Go out not being a fan of this dude. Go out not being respectful of this dude. Go out actually believing that you could win. And like I said, man, ain't no moral victories in boxing. You always come to win. But like I said, man, it's deeper than the loss. If you can show me that you actually come to beat this dude and not lay down for him, I ain't mad at you getting an opportunity. It's all what you do with it, right? So that's where I'm at with it. I mean, you know it, Mr. Empire. I got to. And salute to everybody. I appreciate all y'all, man. Appreciate you, Thomas. Shout out to the fan. Charles moving the same as Kovalev, real suspect. It's just like he got in there and he messed around and found out. I always say that, right? I specifically remember like quotes of him sitting outside the ring, like, man, yo, I could beat Canelo. Like, look at him, man. He get tired. Like, I specifically remember that. And had he took that kind of approach and that energy and that same confidence in the ring with him, then we might have had a different opinion of what we felt like Charlo did in that fight. Being that he spoke a certain way, but then when the fight actually was on, people said he was too nice. Then he got in there, he was extra nice, and it just didn't go over well for him. At least Edgar Berlanga, like, the hell with this dude, I'm gonna knock you out. Look, I'm gonna get you out of here in 6 rounds. I ain't mad at it. Look, I love the confidence. Bring the smoke to this man. You get what I'm saying? Because all that nice shit ain't gonna get you no win against Canelo. You can't rock him to sleep. He's far too experienced for that. You being nice just inflates his ego even more. You know what I'm saying? He feel like he got you tamed before he can get you in the ring. No, I'm glad that I didn't see a tamed Edgar Berlanga before he got in the ring. Like I said, I'm gonna keep saying the last handful of opponents, all of them combined, didn't give us the energy that we could say Edgar Berlanga is at least delivering. Got to give him some credit for that. You get what I'm saying? For not letting the moment get to him to where he can't find his tongue. All of a sudden, now he's not confident. All of a sudden, he ain't talking like he coming to smoke this dude. I appreciate that he was able to, speak and be vocal like, hey, man, I'm coming to win. You get what I'm saying? I'm coming to win. I'm coming to win. Pardon me, y'all. Looking a little dark back here. Looking a little dark. Matter of fact, maybe a little bit better. I don't want to be too dark on y'all. Y'all smash the like button for me, man. Hardcore boxing news. My God, the big homie is in the building. What's good, Jay? How you feeling? Man, everybody good. Ray, appreciate you, bro. Cal, cool with blessings, family. How you feeling, bro? How you saying Berlanga only won a payday? Oh, forget. Yeah, and he's saying that he ain't showing up for a payday. He's saying he's showing up for more than a payday. I got to give him that until I see otherwise. But I'm watching him very close because I'm going to be watching him at each and every round. Like, I want to see if he actually going, right? I got to watch this fight now. I have to. Got to watch it. Got to watch it, man. Got to. But let's play this clip from Edgar Berlanga, man. He, like I say, he's talking confident, and the talk is one thing, but let's see if he really fight, because this weekend will be here sooner than you know. Let's see how prepared he is to go out there and win.
Anybody could punch at 168, 160, 175. Anybody could punch. If you're not seeing a shot coming and you're not alert and you get hit, you're going down, bro. I don't give a f who you are. You know what I'm saying? So it's about this and about being alert. So with him, we just got to be alert. We gotta see everything coming. You know what I'm saying? Especially the wide ass hooks that he be throwing.
You got a smart training staff with you, Mark, your dad.
Yeah.
In your mind, how does this fight end?
Knockout. He's saying 8, I'm saying 6. You know what I'm saying? I think, with all those wild hooks he be throwing, I've been studying this dude, and it's so crazy. I don't be studying my opponents like that. Like, I watched probably 1 or 2 fights of him, but with him, I'm really studying him every day. Like, I'm watching all his fights, all his moves, everything. I'm watching everything. Because it's the biggest fight of my life, and I want to win. And for me, it's not a payday fight. And you know that. It's not a payday fight, bro. I swear to my son, I swear to everything I love. In front of Jesus, it's not a payday fight, bro. There's a fight for me. This is little money for me. Like, this is short money, bro. You know what I'm saying? This is short money for me, because the type of money I'm making could go quick. But after this victory, when we start making 50, 60, 70, that's generational wealth. Now my son gonna be all right for life. My son's kids are gonna be all right for life. I'm gonna be able to retire my mom for sure this time. You know what I'm saying? So, that's all on my mind. My father too. But yeah, man, this is legend.
I like it. I like what he's saying, man. I like all the stuff that he's saying right there. Like I said, it is talk, but at least we have that to go off as opposed to him looking like the moment got away from him. Because he, again, in terms of level of competition, he's making a huge jump. In terms of the stage, it don't get no bigger than Canelo, especially at 68, which is where he at. He fighting the king of the castle pretty much. And some could pretty much say he's undisputed for real, for real. He just vacated that one belt strip, vacated however you want to look at it. He don't have the IBF strap, right? But that you're fighting the king of the castle. You got to be ready for it. You got to. It don't get no bigger than that, right? I'm just appreciative that he so far he ain't showing that the stage is too big for him, and that I think that shit is very important, man. It's key. You get what I'm saying? Look, you got to show me something going into this fight. Give me a reason to want to watch it. You get what I'm saying? You want to put it on your kid. You say, look, man, this ain't no payday. This short money because it could go fast. So you thinking that is going to be more opportunities for you after this. So look, man, he's saying some of the right things. I can't lie. We obviously know he ain't never been on this stage before, right? So at least we could say with him being on this stage, he want to win, man. And that's all. I just like the energy so far. That's all. I mean, Sheldon was good with it, man. That's what I like, man. Even if you don't, he's showing the heart. And that shit go for a lot because we seen people going there with Canelo and laid down, essentially, right? Shout out to my brother, my big homie, Hardcore Boxing News. Appreciate you, Jay, putting that color in the chat. Much love.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well,
Right.
well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
Shout out to Jay, man. Appreciate you, big homie. Canelo just on a different level. You ain't got to tell me. Ain't got to tell me. We know, but we got to still breathe some life into this. We got to speak about the other side, and I think this was a good time to give Canelo or Edgar Berlanga his opportunity to speak on what he gonna do in this fight because he gotta bring that smoke. Technique said Canelo beats the dog out of the man. And he might, man. Because look, we or some of us expected when he went in there against John Ryder, he was gonna stop him, right? He ain't stopped John Ryder. Munguia ended up stopping John Ryder, right? He got in there with Munguia. He put Munguia down. He ain't put him away. Get what I'm saying? Is it any pressure on Canelo to get a knockout? Because look, everybody's saying how inexperienced Berlanga is, how trash he is. He don't got a shot. He chinny, like he done heard it all so far. So what I'm saying is there any pressure for Canelo to perform? Should he be walking home with a knockout in this fight? Is this a tailor-made knockout for him? Hori Fanks, what's good, my guy? How you feeling, bro? You know what I'm saying? Thread said Munguia brought it with Berlanga. Yeah, he definitely did. And that's where I'm at with it. Sadiq was good with it, fam. Damon was good with it, bro. That's where I'm at with it. Is he gonna bring the fight? Is he actually gonna try to win? I can't be mad at the younger going in there trying to get his. You get what I'm saying? So he said this on his kid. This ain't just a payday. He actually want to win this fight, and that's that. I can't stress it enough. That's what I want to see. That shit matter. You know what I'm saying? We hearing questions about his chin because we seen him put down, but people don't speak about it enough. He did get up though. You know what I'm saying? He got put down in the fight, but he did get up. You know what I mean? Can he add Canelo to this KO list, man? Could he add
just
Canelo
always make
to
up excuses for Tank, man.
That ain't it. I ain't want to play that. My bad. He ain't mean to play that. Could he? I don't think he got it. Young Lenga ain't got it. He might, man. He might take the fight to him, man. He might bring the fight to him, man. We might see something from Berlanga, but like I said, man, I don't know what they've been working on, but he said he been studying his moves. He been watching them. He usually don't study his opponents. He said he's studying this guy. That's the biggest fight of his life. It sounds like he understand the moment. And so far it seemed like it ain't too much for him, which is also key going into this fight. But again, it's a whole nother beast once you get in front of him. So that's where that's where we're gonna find out what he really made of, because Canelo gonna test him in every way, shape, or form. Any mistake that he make is gonna be intensified going in there against somebody like that with Canelo's experience. So he gotta make sure he gotta minimize his mistakes, especially early. He definitely don't want to fall in no big hole early. You know what I mean? Canelo Alvarez is not a guy with a tremendously high punch output. And he applies pressure, but I think the pressure is more mental than anything else at this stage for Canelo. I think it's more mental pressure. So can Berlanga handle that, right? Because Canelo ain't scared to stand in there and try to see what you got, right? He ain't scared to come forward and try to, be in your chest and push you backwards. And with Berlanga being a bigger, younger, fresher guy, right? He obviously can't allow that to be the case. He definitely can't win this fight on his back foot. And I think if he can consistently back Canelo up or make him reset, keep him on his back foot, then he has a chance. But that's gonna have to come with a lot of discipline on his behalf. He's gonna have to be very disciplined offensively to even put himself in the driver's seat to be able to do that to Canelo. And I just don't know if he can consistently, keyword consistently, push Canelo back and have success like that. You get what I'm saying? He make a lot of mistakes. He said Canelo, he mentioned it a couple of times in that clip about Canelo and his wide hooks. He throws some wide hooks too, man. Some of his shots wide, not straight down the pipe. And that's why I fear the openings will be there for Canelo, especially, once this fight makes it past halfway, right? I think that's where you start seeing fatigue settle in. You start seeing guys make bigger mistakes. And Edgar Berlanga is, known to make mistakes down the stretch of the fight. So I just can't stress it's going to be tough. But look, anything can happen, right? It's boxing. David DeReal said, Canelo scared of boxing move. We picked him for a reason. True indeed. Styles. He's comfortable going in there with a certain style of fighter at this point in his career. I think it's safe to say that. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a specific style of fighter that he favors. And if you're a person, somebody that he feels is just gonna come straight to him, that's exactly what he wants. You know what I'm saying? He feel like he's intelligent enough. He's high enough skill to really be able to pick you apart if that's what you're gonna do. But we seen it with the Bivol fight. Now, I'm not saying he fights anything like Bivol, but Bivol showed you that if you can consistently back Canelo up, keep him resetting and on the back foot, disrupting his timing and his rhythm with a consistent jab or something like that. Berlanga has a jab. He just has to consistently use it and be effective with it. If he can set things up off a jab and be smart defensively, he give himself a really good chance. But again, my key word for this fight for me is consistency and experience. Those are the two biggest takeaways. It's a big gap there in terms of experience, whether it's number of fights or whether it's quality of fights. Championship level fights, like all of that stuff is heavily in Canelo's favor. So that's why I say Berlanga gotta show people that he belong right now, and it's not gonna be easy to do because he's going against the top of the top right now. Mr. AMG was good with it. I feel you. Said Berlanga by upset. Let's see. The man, the myth, the legend, Edgar got teeth for days to bite an inch. Oh man. You a fool, Cal. He said he gonna bring the smoke, man. He said he gonna bring the smoke. Yeah. Let's see if he can add Canelo to his highlight reel. I mean, that's a tall task, but he's been doing a hell of a lot to sell this fight, man. I got another clip from Berlanga talking. I think he was talking about his chin in this one, or whatever he was talking about. But he's confident nonetheless.
His heart gonna be like, cause we about to fight. My heart gonna be like this, but it's not fear. Because when my heart go like this, I'm not going. It's not going like. It's not being fast because I'm scared. I'm fit. It's because I'm ready. Because it's like the moment's here now. You know what I'm saying? You gotta embrace it, and the people's gonna be screaming. The fans are gonna be screaming. But I'm gonna just be locked in on him. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, it's just me and him. It's like the gladiators when you go fight, right? You got the arena, and you go and they kill each other, right? It's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So that's just the mindset I got. I gotta block everything out. My mindset is on that guy. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm fighting a legend. I'm not fighting a bum. I'm not fighting, you know what I'm saying, a guy for my last fight. I'm fighting a guy that's been there numerous of times and been up there with the best of them. You know what I'm saying? So this gotta be on another level.
And like I said, man, he ain't say nothing that I really haven't said, but it's good to hear from him because like I said, we always talk about how mental boxing is, right? It's a mental sport. You know what I mean? Way more mental than physical. We know he's young enough, strong enough to he got the physical, but it's that this is where we had the questions at for him. It's IQ, discipline, consistency, right? Experience. Can you match him? Can you match him with wits? You know what I mean? Because that's where the fight is going to be won. Canelo's a smart dude. At this stage in his career, he ain't just overwhelming guys and just wearing you down, just beat you up with brute strength. He's beating you with IQ, experience alone. You get what I'm saying? He going in there and just beating you off that alone. He don't overexert himself in the ring. He don't have a real high punch output or nothing like that. He give you opportunities, right? But he could also rock you to sleep in there. You know what I'm saying? Still a great counter puncher. Don't have fast feet, but they're not bad feet. It looked like he's stuck in cement at times, but he makes up for it with fast hands. You know what I'm saying? He's creative with his offense. Still got good upper body movement. Got one of the best chins that I've seen in boxing. It's just so many things that so many boxes that he checked, and it kind of tipped the scale in his favor. But like I said, all it takes is one. And I ain't expecting no knockout. I ain't expecting Canelo to get knocked out, but anything can happen. Shunga said, Ryo or Tank. We're gonna touch on that a little bit too, because people keep asking me about that. People keep asking about it if you fighting Ryo next or not. But like I said, I got a couple little screenshots and little video clips that let you know that I don't think that's what's happening. And Ryo can't beat Tank at all. Shout out to him, but he can't beat no Tank. You say Berlanga is about to bring the liquid smoke that you cook with liquid smoke and Worcestershire sauce. Gonna have Canelo full of flavor. You get what I'm saying? He about to bring it to him, Kyle. They sleeping. Just in, Lubin says Tank ain't harder than Edgar. That ain't good. That ain't good. That ain't good. K Causey, what it do? How you feeling, bro? Speaking of that, let me roll a clip. This was Lubin and Edgar.
Put your hands up. Do tough. Look go. Right back. Right back. Pull your head up there. In the middle. There you go. I told you right there. Now you go. Get out of there. Get out of there. Your turn. There you go. That's the way you go. Outside. Right down the center. Right hand in it. Get out there. Right out there, combination. Right. Let you got some. Let you got some. Get out there. Let's turn. Yeah. Let's turn.
You know it's real. You just hear the coaches like, you just hear the coaches. Man. Zoom verse, my guy. What's good with it, Brody? You know Tank Lullabies. He said everybody from 130 to 140. And don't add them. You know what I'm saying? Dude, didn't forget Jack Catterall versus Regis Prograis either. Yeah, man. Regis looked motivated to win this fight too against Jack Catterall, man. But look, that was Edgar Berlanga getting some dog work in with Erickson and Lubin. I just had to play that because Cuzzo mentioned Lubin. So, I keep the clips in the stash for moments like that. But look, man, what could you do? Be ready. You know what I'm saying? All you got to do, just be ready. Prepare yourself. You know what I mean? Believe in yourself. Go in there with confidence. Go in there trying to win. Like I said, you ain't been showing them no respect thus far. Continue to not show him the respect. I think the only time you should even consider respecting him again is when the fight is completely over and settled. You want to go over there, like I said, shake his hand, dap him up, show him some love. That's what you do. But at least you right now, you sound like you want to win and you ain't coming to just get paid, that you really feel like you got an opportunity to beat the top guy at 168, because no doubt that he's the top guy up there. So you're gonna have to really do something, bring something different to the table that the rest of these guys didn't bring. You said you ain't scared. You said you ain't nervous. Said you ain't fearful. You ready. You focused. You hungry. You highlighted how he's none of the other guys that you fought. Like this has to be on another level. You highlighting that your IQ needs to be on another level for this fight. Don't just say this stuff, but apply this shit and treat every moment of training camp like it's your last, man, because you're going to need, some would say, even more than what you've shown so far. You're going to need to be at your absolute best. And even that is going to, that just keeps the fight competitive, right? That doesn't even ensure that you win. But anything less than your best, man, you could be in trouble. And it could be a short night or a long night, depending on you. So we're going to see. Like, I got a clip that I'm about to play. I'm going to play from Roy Jones, man. I like what Roy said. I get it. He's a fighter. He been in there. And I think I can understand his sentiments and where he's going and why he feels like that's an angle for Berlanga to win this fight. You definitely can't. You can't win the fight backing up. I don't think you could just stand in front of Canelo and outthink him that way. You got to force him to make some mistakes, right? And I think by doing so, you're going to have to be first. You're going to have to be on the front foot. You're going to have to attempt to push him back, like I keep saying, because although he's shown the ability to be able to fight a bit on the back foot, but we've also seen that he's definitely not his best there. And if you can consistently push him there and disrupt timing and things like that, you got to utilize physical gifts. Like, this is a game of inches. And like you said, you pointed to your mental, like saying how I got to be on another level and your IQ. Well, yeah, you got to pick the right punches. You really got to have a game plan that is going to be successful. You got to know what you're doing in there against this dude, because make no mistake, Canelo is going to know what to do to get to you. You got to stop him from doing that. You got to be able to disrupt timing, make him reset, keep him backing up. It's a number of different things, and you have to be able to do those things consistently. You know what I mean? To just start giving him an issue. If you can't, then it's just going to be like, it might be a regular day in the office for him, and that's what you don't want. You don't want it to feel like a regular day in the office for him. You want him to feel the fact that, he got 60 plus fights. You want him to feel the fact that you're a younger, fresher, hungry guy. You want him to know that. And I just think at spots, you're going to have to be physical with him, but you're going to have to be smart when you're doing it. All that you can't be cute with him, because that's not going to work, right? You gotta bring something different that the last few opponents didn't. If you allow him to dictate pace, control tempo, be comfortable, he could fight you all night as he so choose, right? And just pick you apart. You can't allow him to just get comfortable. Get what I'm saying? You gotta do a lot, man. You're gonna have to fight your ass off. And I'm just being real. We've seen guys raise their level on the night before. You know what I mean? We've seen it before. Anything could happen. We've seen guys have flat performances and off nights. We've seen that from Canelo in the past, right? Like I said, at any given time, especially with 60 plus fights, I don't give a damn how old you are. Father Time, especially when you start to hitting them, you creeping in the mid 30s. You get what I'm saying? Father Time could start, to be an issue, a factor. So we just don't know. And I ain't saying I'm banking on that for Berlanga, but we just don't know. It could be a factor. You can't ignore it. You know what I mean? We always highlight, or, I was highlighting how much experience he got, right? But at the same token, that with that experience comes mileage. With that mileage comes wear and tear. And with wear and tear comes Father Time and you slowing down. And if you slow down just enough for a young guy like a Berlanga to come up, spring up, and I ain't saying win, but make this fight way more competitive than what it should be, I don't know. In many ways, he'll win people over. You get what I'm saying? I've seen people win the fans over even in defeat. Could this be a fight where Edgar Berlanga is able to do that, even in defeat? Because so many people just got him losing. You know what I mean? And look, I know it's a tough fight, but I'm just saying, man, with the right kind of game plan, man, he can give himself a fighting chance, is what I'm saying. I just don't know, over a course of 12 rounds, could you outthink a Canelo at this stage, or where you at and where he at still is tough. TD was good with it, fam. He said he got Berlanga folding in the corner. Right, I feel you, man. Don't have to ride y'all Canelo bandwagon. I think Berlanga beats Canelo by split. Nah, it's not a bandwagon, bro. Nah, and especially not over here. You talking to one of the fairest people that's going to ever talk boxing. You know what I'm saying? It's not a bandwagon. It's a body of work, right? Let me tell you how I look at it, at least. Let me make it make sense. A guy with that much experience that's put on that many times, and like he's fought them all, from the Mayweathers, the Cottos, to the Mosleys, to the Triple G's, Danny Jacobs. Like, you get what I'm saying? He fought Beevil, He ain't win. He fought Kovalev. He beat him. You get what I'm saying? He's been in there with so many different people. So that is hard to account, especially for any young guy on the come up, to account for that much experience, right? It's hard. And the dude been fighting since 15. So he done moved his way all the way through the divisions, fought as high as 175. Like, there's nobody that's going to be able to equate to that experience, like on their resume. Nobody. So it's just it's an uphill battle for most people that get in there with him. Even Benavidez, that ain't no opening, open and closed case, how some people make it seem like he just guarantees he goes out there and loses, right? This dude really can fight. He's really smart, and he knows how to figure it out. You get what I'm saying? He's very good at controlling the tempo and pace of a fight because he's a vet. You get what I'm saying? He take his time. He applies a lot of mental pressure. It's not physical, it's mental. Like, he know how to be in your face, and he'll drain you that way, right? It's a lot this dude knows how to do in there, and it's just gonna be tough for a guy like, Berlanga to overcome all of those things. But with that being said, I'm not counting him out, bro. I get it. I'm actually rooting for the youngin, and especially if he show me that he gonna fight how he's talking, I'm behind him. I ain't rooting against Canelo, but I'm behind him. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna need an active guy to be Canelo. Anything less, Edgar is going night. That's the question. So does he go to sleep in this fight? Does Edgar get knocked out? You know what I mean? Beaver bully Alvarez. Yeah, he did. And that's why I say I'm gonna play the clip from Roy Jones. You get what I'm saying? I'm gonna play the clip from Roy. You know what I mean? Jay Howard, what it do, fam? How you feeling? A1 Hoops on. What's good, my bro? How you feeling? Marquez at this fight versus Pacquiao. I've been rocking with Juan Manuel Marquez way before that. He's always shown that he can fight. Berlanga by upset. That's what I'm with you, Mr. AMG. Talk it, man. Talk that talk, man. We can't all pick Canelo, right? I ain't mad at that. Rock with him. I'm with the youngin. I like his energy. I'm breathing life into the fight. I'm speaking him up. I'm giving him a fair shake, right? I'm highlighting things that maybe somebody else ain't. They probably like, man, just all that sound good, man. Canelo in 8, Canelo in 6. You know what I mean? He said he'd get Canelo out of there in 6 rounds. What y'all talking about, man? Youngin is on that. Yeah, discipline is very key when you're fighting Canelo, TD. It's a game of inches with him. It's the difference between making those small mistakes and get you countered. You know what I'm saying? So look, man, I like the Berlanga energy. Let's talk to him, man. I like it. You know what I mean? We can't all pick Canelo, right? But I'm just telling you, I'm realistic, man. This dude seen it all just about in the ring. He's seen it just about everything. You know what I'm saying? And that's what a young Berlanga is up against. And even he said it himself. He know this ain't none of them other guys he's been in the ring with. He making a big jump up in terms of competition. You get what I'm saying? For sure, Zoom. You already know. It says, he said, I got Berlanga stopping Canelo of the decade, Compton Twan. He said, I got Berlanga stopping Canelo, upset of the decade. Okay, Ann McQueen, what it do, my guy? The professor in the building. The link is about to get dropped, man. Let's build on it, man. Let's talk about it. Don't count the youngin' out. Let me play this Roy Jones clip, and we're going to drop this link, man. We're going to talk about it, man. Guys, to talk about it, man.
Berlanga has the dream of upsetting Canelo Alvarez coming up on September 14th. What do you think realistically is going to happen next Saturday?
Edgar Berlanga is going to have to go out there right away and see can he hurt Canelo, which I have never seen Canelo shoot and hurt in a fight myself that I knew of. But if he can hurt, because Edgar is a bigger guy, he's a puncher, if he can hurt Canelo, then he has a chance. Because now he'll put Canelo in a sense of where I don't need to get hit by this guy. I may have to change the way that I operate. Can Berlanga take the onslaught and return it just as good or better? That's what's going to be the question. Because if he can take the onslaught and return it, then we got ourselves a great fight.
I like what Roy is saying right there, man. He's spoken like a true fighter. Now I see Mr. Empire. Look, I'm not sitting here trying to tell you I think Berlanga is just going to go out there and win. But I think, for me to have this conversation, I try to speak on both sides, right? I try to give him a fair shake, right? Nobody's invincible. Canelo has lost before. We've seen him lose more than once, right? There's avenues of success for Berlanga in this fight. The question is, how often would those be available for him, right? How often, right? Will he actually be able to take advantage of these things? How consistent could he be in his approach? How disciplined can he remain with the game plan, right? Can he really go out there, stick to a game plan? If it's not working, do he just go for broke and start? You get what I'm saying? Going for it, try to knock this dude out, or is he able to stay composed and really try to go after him intelligently? Like, because that's what he got to do too. That's another thing I want to speak on. He got to keep his head in this fight. We seen it in the past. All it takes is one that that little memory of him biting Buddy on the shoulder that turned a lot of people off from him. So that's something that he can't have happen. He can't allow himself to get frustrated to the point where he loses his head and get deducted any type of points. He's gonna need every point he earned in this one. So I don't know, man. Always try to speak on both sides. I know what an uphill battle look like. I know if I put my money down, I know I'm putting it on Canelo, but I'm gonna give Berlanga a fair shake, especially if he gonna fight how he talking. And that doesn't mean go out there and just be careless or reckless to try to prove a point. Nah, but show me that you coming to beat a guy that we've seen guys lay down against, right? We've seen dudes be super respectful of, right? It's a good change of pace and energy. Hannibal was good with it. It's a good change of pace and energy finally for somebody, for a different Canelo opponent, right? Somebody that actually sound like they want to beat this dude. Behind the Hands TV, my brother, was good, bro. Say not win on anybody's scorecard. 9 through 12. Nope, he got to go for broke. Yeah, just not early though. Just not early, for sure. Just not early. Sharon was good with it. Mr. MG and it was good, fam.
Yeah, what they do.
Shout out to y'all,
Yeah,
brothers. Y'all
man.
smash that like button, man.
You know, cats like me and you been knowing about Bivol since like 2015 when he was calling out Ward and Triple G. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
He was doing that on HBO. He was doing that shit on HBO. You know, when he fought Alvarez, the difference between Bivol and everybody else is Bivol could take his shots. Bivol wasn't afraid of it.
Right.
He told you in the build up to the fight, like, I don't know what you guys think this guy is. Y'all think this guy's Superman or something. He's a little guy. And he's sitting back to his division. He's beating up and sitting back. That's what Berlanga got to do. Berlanga got to come in there.
My point exactly.
He got to come in there and put pause on this dude. He got to push this dude back. He got to make him uncomfortable. He got to make him fight. He can't outbox the dude. Alvarez is a better boxer than him.
I don't see him outboxing Canelo, but he can beat Canelo at his own game. You get what I'm saying? So
he got to push him back. Yeah, he got to make him go backwards. He got to push him back. He got to beat him up.
It's gonna have to be a dog fight. He's gonna have to beat Canelo up. Like, I don't see him outboxing Canelo. I don't see a knockout because everybody know Canelo got one of the greatest chins in boxing as of today. Took punches from Triple G, Kovalev. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see a knockout. I see a split decision. He's just gonna have to, pull that dog out of himself. You feel me? And just have to fight Canelo. Like, he's gonna have to fight him. But the
question is, can he take Canelo's shots? If he can't take Canelo's shots, then that plan is busted.
So Munguia took a couple of Canelo good shots, and he didn't put Munguia out.
True.
My thing is this: every old dog, every old lion got his day, bro. You get what I'm saying?
True.
Every king of the jungle got his time, bro. When he get knocked off that throne, bro, it just is what it is, bro. And Canelo been in the sport since he was 15. You got to think about all the wear and tear on his body, bro. All these training camps on his body, bro.
Time is always real. You never know when it start affecting him, because with each fight, man, that dude getting closer to 70 fights, man. So he put in a lot of work. It's a lot of miles, a lot of wear and tear. Berlanga can't bank on that, but that is a possible factor. It could always pop up in a fight. Like I said, for me, man, I think you got to pick his spots when to be physical with this dude. If it's a chess match, I think that favors Canelo. You can't allow it to be that. I don't think you can outthink him. I just don't think you had the experience. But your best bet, you got to use some of your physical gifts. You can't punch, despite what people saying, man. I don't think he feather-fisted dude. I don't think he got to hurt him, but he has to respect you. That's very important. I mean, it's a bonus if you could hurt him. But again, this Canelo we talking about. Last time I seen him hurt, he was 19 years old. and he finished that guy. So I ain't seen it since then. He done take shots from Triple G in 3 fights. You know, Kovalev at 75, he fought Bevo up there, Danny Jacobs. He fought some guys that could crack a bit. So he's seen his fair share of guys that can punch. You're just gonna need more than that. You need a game plan. You got to disrupt him. Like he can't fight in the manner that Bevo did, but you got to be able to apply some of those things. You got to be able to, like you said, pushing him back and disrupting his timing. Use your jab, know when to use it, be consistent with it. That's the main thing for me, and staying focused, because you taking a big jump from Patrick McCrory or whoever that was you fought last, no slight to him, to Canelo. That's the show. So you better be prepared for it, because it could go bad very fast. 704 Joe, what's good, bro?
Yeah, and it's like certain fans, they get mad at you when you're not on the same bandwagon. Like, bro, this is a sport of boxing. I'm a fan of the sport, not of the man.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
I like to hear somebody else going with the other guy. It's good to hear somebody give him a shot besides me, right? Because they know I'm a diplomat over here. I'm gonna be down the middle, so I'm gonna give him some type of shot. But like I say, he giving himself a shot, if we being honest, with just having the right mentality. Now, if he can take that into the ring, and that results into him being able to execute a game plan that's effective,
right?
Then he's cooking with something.
Right.
He can't allow Canelo to beat the fight out of it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
because we didn't see Alvarez do that. He beat the fight out of people.
Yeah. Zoom was good with it, my bro.
What's going on, Just Do? What's going on, everybody? Peace and blessings to everybody.
What's up?
Yes, sir.
Hey, man. I just really got up on here, man, because you got folks in here just talking, saying y'all and stuff like that, and putting everybody under the same damn bucket.
Talk to me. What you got?
So, like, when somebody says that, like, someone's a bandwagon fan because they're not agreeing with their opinion,
right?
That's pretty self-centered. You know what I mean? For one, we want to talk about the Canelo and Bivol fight, right? Bivol wasn't only 1-2 in the whole night. Go back and watch that fight. He was 6-7 punch combination on
but
Canelo's
he was strong.
ass
When I say
the entire. Now hold on, I'm talking. Hold on, I'll let you talk. Now you're gonna let me talk. So then, on top of that, you want to say no one knew Bivol. Many people knew of Bivol because they've been talking about Bivol better beef for years already. So I don't know where you were talking about that folks don't know who Bivol is. Okay, then you want to say that again. You added me talking about I know more than boxing. That's fine. You could believe whatever you want to believe. Okay, but for one, anybody that knows me, I don't fuck with Canelo. I don't like Canelo. I think he's a fucking cheat. I've made videos on that dumbass, right? But another thing is I'm Puerto Rican by blood. I'm Puerto Rican. I'm Boricua. And I don't rock with somebody that tries to bite somebody.
Right. Zoom ain't been off that since he did it, bro. Bro been mad at him since. He like, man, I ain't rocking with it.
So let me ask you a question.
Present for this fight for sure, but keep cooking, bro.
Let me ask you a question. Do you rock with Mike Tyson? Zoom.
You there, bro? Yeah, you speaking to Mike shit, I answer for you. I actually do. That's my guy. That's the reason I watch boxing, Mike. I got in to boxing watching Mike as a youngin'. You know what I mean? I hated when he bit Evander. I hated it. I hated it bad, man. Always wish he would have took the gloves off. I would have rather them seen it take the gloves off or something than bite him.
So I'm gonna break down what he was saying, right? When I say 1-2s, I'm basically talking about straight punches, right? I'm not talking about uppercuts, and I'm talking about basically his whole game plan was using his reach, using his footwork, and outlanding Canelo, right? That's what I was getting at. Bivol is not when I say a extravagant fighter, I mean like the looks of Lomachenko, with the flashy footwork, the angles.
He don't jump off the page at you.
He's not doing that. He's a basic 1-2 fighter. That's what I was saying. Everybody know the basic, like jab, right hand, right? 1-2s. My point exactly. And then 2, most people in the US wasn't really talking about Bivol, if we being honest. 4 or 5 years ago, from my knowledge.
VS was good, bro.
From my knowledge, most of the U.S., people that be in the boxing in the U.S. ain't really talking about Russian fighters unless they're known or they making a name for themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or they're fighting somebody that's really known, like Canelo or somebody like Tank, Boots, unless they fighting a U.S. guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I mean by Bivol wasn't really known like that in the U.S. People wasn't really like, oh, Bivol. Like, if you go up to a random person on the street, that know a little something about boxing, and you ask who Bivol is before he fought Canelo, they wouldn't know Bivol.
Yeah, he's definitely
I get what you're saying. It's like words being misconstrued, but like that's on like a level of like, and I guess this word is thrown around a lot, but that's like on a level of a casual, like, you know what I mean? Like, of course you can go up to someone random that knows boxing and be like, do you know Bivol? No, I don't know Bivol, because they only pay attention to mainstream boxing, which is what's shown on TV or what's pushed, right? But the real fan of boxing is gonna know who Bivol is. You get what I'm saying? So my issue is that you were speaking on a broad spectrum. You were being rhetorical with your statements. You know what I mean? And that y'all moniker and bandwagon this, and that's not stuff that if you're part of the JBT, I see you part of the JBT, right? Or GTD, is that what you are? I didn't see your hashtag there. Yeah, GTD, right? So like, obviously if you hashtagging something like that, that means you know something about boxing, right? Then you should know that as a if you're about boxing, that coming into a room, a channel that is nothing but unbiased and calls everything down the middle for the most part, 99% of the time, you know what I mean? Everybody on here has their slip ups, right? But you come to a channel, it's probably one of the most unbiased across this YouTube world of boxing, right? And you're using words like y'all, and you're using rhetorical statements, putting everybody in a bucket like they're bandwagon. And that's stuff, and I'm sorry, that's stuff that a casual would say, right? Because here on this channel, for the most part, like Tay D said the same thing. He's not y'all. You know what I mean? Because we respect the sport to the point that we know who these boxers are. And for somebody to come in and say you're a bandwagon, or I know more than you, that's fine. You could believe that, but don't come in here on some combative stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody's respectful on here. You know what I mean? And I'll usually block somebody because they being disrespectful. And there's others that don't like that I do that. But guess what? Y'all got to deal with that shit, right? Because I got a wrench for a reason. People don't come in here disrespecting. If you disrespect it, I'm going to shoot you, right? So at the same time, you have to understand Just Du's platform is just that, to give all these boxers just due. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that you rocking with Berlanga's wrong, because that's your pick. I respect that. You know what I mean? And I would be surprised, eyes shot wide open, if he beats Canelo. Cool, right? But at the same time, some of the things that you're saying is a little out of pocket. And that's the sole reason why I'm coming up here.
Are we not
you get what I'm saying?
In a channel, and he's doing analysts and stuff like that for open opinions, right? For open discussion, right? So you can't tie emotions into somebody saying something. You know what I'm saying? Like,
y'all smash that like button, man.
Now I do understand. My bad. I do understand the y'all part, but I seen where I was talking to one person and then I seen somebody else jump in. So now I'm saying y'all, because now it's two people coming at me, and I'm not even
kind of low.
I'm not even disrespecting. I didn't cuss at you. I didn't call you out your name.
Talk to me.
You know what I'm saying? If I
talk to me, kind of who you got.
You know what I'm saying? If I say I know more than you, you feel like you know more than me. That's your opinion. I feel like I know more than you. That's my opinion. Everybody tied to their own opinion, right? So correct. Me saying Berlanga is going to win by split decision. Now I'm saying one or two people saying, "Oh, he don't know boxing." Well, that's my opinion.
Nah, cook on it, man. Hey, man, look, let's steer it in a different direction, man. While you cooking on it, because I got y'all up here. I always like to build with the fam, and I like the fact that you picking Berlanga. So talk to the fam. Tell us why you picking Berlanga, man. What you think he's gonna do to pull off this upset, man? Talk to me.
Because he just, the other opponents that Canelo have fought, the last 5 opponents, they showed Canelo too much respect, and that made me believe that they didn't believe in themselves, right? I feel like Berlanga believes in himself, and you know what comes with a person that believes in himself? Other people that believe in him because he believes in himself, right? Because he's not showing Canelo respect, right? So only reason why I'm going with Berlanga, because he's showing he believe in himself, right? So now guess what? I'm going to believe in him because he believes in himself. He's not showing Canelo the respect that the other fighters that went in there with the mindset of, oh, snap, I'm fighting Canelo. No, he's like, nigga, you're just another opponent. You get what I'm saying? That's why I believe that he's going to win by split decision. Do I see a knockout? No, I do not. I do not believe it's going to be a knockout, but this is boxing. Anything can happen, right? Do I see him winning by the unanimous? No, I do not, because we all know this is going to be a Canelo fan favorite. You know what I'm saying? Like, we already know this. We already know one or two judges going to be on Canelo's side. So I do not see a unanimous. But do I see a split? Can he throw 3, 4, 5 more punches than Canelo in the little spurts that Canelo do have? Yes, which is going to cause by a split decision. Can he outland Canelo? Yes, because we know Canelo don't throw 100 punches around. We know this. Canelo might throw 2, 3 heavy punches and then go to boxing or go to defense. Like, we know this. So do I feel like he can get off on Canelo with his age and youngness and athleticism? Yes, I do believe that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do believe that. Is Berlanga the best of the best?
It's funny you say that, though. It's funny you say that because you know, Berlanga was on Cam and Mace today, right?
Yeah.
And that's what the same thing you said is the question that Mace asked Berlanga. He asked him, he said, well, you're not showing this guy no respect. You know, this guy gets pissed off and you don't show him no respect. He's like, look, I respect the dude as a fighter, but this is a fight. I ain't got no respect for that dude till after the fight. This is a fight. I'm coming in here trying to knock this dude out.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to beat this cat.
Munguia that just came for,
you know what I'm
for
saying?
payday.
And
You know what I'm
that's
saying? He bowing down to him. Now we're not doing that.
We ain't bowing down. You hear the youngin? I like I'm rocking with
He's not no
the
Tank opponent. You feel me? Like, Tank's still young in the sport because he didn't start when Canelo started. So if we talking about Tank and the other, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, this is not like Canelo been in the sport for a minute. So you gotta think about all the aging on his body, like all this stuff on his body. You feel me? Like,
yeah.
I just
You
feel
know,
like
telling when that wear and tear could come up into effect, you know? You
No,
never
man,
know.
look, if you consider yourself a world-class fighter, you should never go into a fight thinking there's somebody better than you. You should never go into a fight thinking you're gonna lose. If you consider yourself a world-class fighter, you think you can beat anybody.
Yep.
Right. True indeed. You better go into that fight thinking you could win. Because if you don't think you could win against Canelo, he gonna pick up on that, and that's gonna be a tough night for you. You really ain't gonna be able to win. So it's gonna be important for how he start this fight too.
So check it, right?
He got to be smart with how he allow these early rounds. He got to manage them early rounds. He just can't find himself in a big hole going midway to the fight.
Let me start with this, right? So let's look at, if you look at Canelo's last few fights, and I'm specifically going to highlight Bivol and the Caleb Plant fights, right?
Right.
The scorecards on Bivol, right? Still, one of the judges were trying to give it to Canelo on the scorecards, even though Bivol like outlanded him by a lot.
Yep.
Okay. Right. And still, one of the judges tried to give it to Canelo. Caleb Plant was winning the first half of that fight. The first 6 rounds, easily Caleb Plant was winning that fight. He gassed out, and then everybody knows what happened. He got thumped out, right? But those first 6 rounds, he was being outlanded. My issue with this is that Berlanga doesn't have the footwork of Caleb Plant or a Bivol. He does not have the work rate of a Bivol or a Caleb Plant, okay? And we've already seen him that he gasses a little bit down the stretch as well, okay? He struggles when he gets into the deeper waters of a fight. Where does Canelo excel at? He excels once the other fighter is starting to gas. That's when he knows, okay, time to put the bear trap on their ass, right?
Yep.
So my thing is that Berlanga is not going to be able to have the footwork. He's too flat-footed. He's not going to have the footwork to stay away from Canelo. His defense is very shaky. And to top it off, his power hasn't carried. Okay. And one thing that you have to be able to do against Canelo is make him respect you. Okay. And it has been a very, very, very long time that I have seen someone crack Canelo and Canelo respect it. Because even against Triple G, Canelo was taking them shots like it was nothing. Right. So that's the issue here. Berlanga don't have the power that he had when he was in lower weight classes. Okay, and I'm not saying Berlanga don't got a chance. If he does have a chance, it's a very finite chance of winning. It's very, very minuscule. You know what I mean? Because Canelo's IQ in that ring is top notch. His game planning is top notch. And to top it off, I mean, the judges always love Canelo. So what Berlanga's going to have to do, because again, they're not fighting on his home turf. They're coming, I believe they're fighting here in Vegas, right?
Right.
T-Mobile. So coming to Vegas, Vegas is majority Mexican, right? Then you have all the surrounding states, Arizona, you have Mexico that's right there, Texas. So everybody can easily travel to here, and Canelo's fan base is going to be big. So on top of his fan base, plus the judges always catering to Canelo, let's face it, like we always say, Canelo won the first 4 rounds already. You know what I mean? That's just the way it like, and it's a funny saying, it's a cliche, but I mean, a lot of times folks will think it's facts because again, just the way of the weight that he carries onto the sport. Okay. So Berlanga he's a good talent. I just personally don't rock with him. Right. But I just don't think he has what it takes to beat Canelo right now. Canelo, everybody's saying Canelo's old. Canelo's only like 33 years old. I think he just turned 33. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
but he got 63 fights and a lot of wear and tear on the knees, on that back, on them elbows. He's been in the ring for a long time. He's been fighting professional since he was 15 years old. Remember that?
Yeah, I know that's cool. That's fine. That's fine. I get that. That's fine. Right? But when you look at still, Canelo's still considered in his prime. Right? There has been no, tell me a fight other than his last fight, you could really say that he might have been slowing down.
You remember that? My bad.
Bivol, because he gassed out in that Bivol fight, and everybody saw it.
Oh, for sure. But again, that goes to the argument of him fighting somebody that can move, that has footwork.
The last Triple G fight looked like he was favored.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say.
That's fair. Shout out to my guy IBS man in that cash app. He said
that's a good example.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these bet, but now it's time for you to get your just do
bandwagon.
And I'm only saying the last Triple G fight because Triple G clearly isn't what he used to be, and that's not a move. That's also not a mover. Like other guys that could give him a problem. What I saw was a guy, Canelo, and this may be overstating it. I felt Canelo should have been looking for a stoppage against that version of Triple G. But I didn't see Triple G, battered and worn. I don't know. I just saw a few steps slower. What I was gonna go and say, since I'm up here, appreciate you, Just Do, for letting me come up here real quick. What I was gonna say, I said it in the comments or in the chat, should I say? But Berlanga has to know that this moment is for him. All the fight stuff is cool. All the IQ and Canelo is great. And that's all facts. That's all true and good. But it's gonna come down to him allowing himself to be a footnote in Canelo's career, or making this his moment where he becomes who he aspires to be. All the other shit at the end of the day ain't gonna really matter. If he really got the drive to come out here and beat him, because I'm gonna tell you personally, I haven't seen anything from him that would say, "Oh, Canelo's in trouble." I don't feel like that at all. I honestly feel like Canelo's gonna win, and this shouldn't be that difficult of a fight for him. That's how I feel. But if Berlanga is in the business of proving me and other people who think like that wrong, I can't wait to see it, because I don't see the judges giving him a split anything. Canelo goes 12 rounds, he's gonna win the UD. He's gonna win clearly. But I think Berlanga has to shock the world in his own mind first, and then apply it in whatever happens in the ring. But the better question that I have, because I'm around a lot of these different camps, I wasn't fortunate to be a part of this one or see that one. I would like to have known how they trained with Berlanga, because he should have had a lonely camp in order to prepare for this type of fight, because he's gonna feel alone late in the fight if it goes that far. I even said it in the chat that by the 5th round, he could easily be having his mind on that bag he just made. So I just hope that he's able
to Colorado, bro. That's why they went to Colorado.
I'm with it. I wasn't there.
They didn't train in New York. They went to Colorado.
For sure. But the type of mental strength that he would have had to have built,
No, you keep cooking, bro.
You know, but by the mental strength that he has to have developed in the camp is what's needed for this fight. The skills, I don't think he got more skills than Canelo. It's just what it is. He's a little bit more. He's just a little bit more reckless. So, and with me thinking that, hey, you're gonna have to do something. Like, do something that no one expected you to do. That's gonna have to happen in the fight. He's got to find a moment and seize it. That's all I was gonna say.
But let me. B-Ball and Canelo went 12, and B-Ball got a split, didn't he?
Yeah, but now we know what that was. Because everybody
but
watched that fight.
Canelo really got skunked probably 11-1. That probably was really the score.
That fight, bro. Hold on. Everybody who watched that fight know that fight was 9-3 Bibble. Everybody knows that.
Thank you. Ain't no reason why they gave him a split.
If you watch that fight, it was 9 rounds to 3 Bibble.
But to you saying that, that's to my point. Even when Canelo did not win at all, it didn't get close, he got a split decision, is my point. So him lasting 12 rounds with a guy who he's a better boxer than ain't gonna be no split nothings if Canelo wins.
So wasn't Canelo classified as a better boxer than B-Ball?
No, I didn't.
No.
I didn't.
No.
Hell no.
Hell no.
I think he could be classified as more. He could be classified as more experienced, but that's about it. More decorated, maybe, but not the latter. What you just said, no, that's not. No one. Well, I didn't say that. I hope people didn't feel that way.
Well, I knew from when they signed the fight. I told Just when they signed the fight, I said, "Oh, he gonna get his ass kicked because he's too little."
Yeah.
He's too little. There's no way he's gonna beat this guy. This guy's 6 foot tall. This guy's 175 pounder his whole career, even in the amateurs. There's no way Alvarez gonna beat this dude.
Who probably should be a cruiserweight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So let me ask y'all this: Do you see Berlanga out punching Canelo?
I think everybody can outpunch him. As far as you mean volume, throw more punches. That I don't think that matters against Canelo because the ones he lands will be more meaningful, and they'll be meaningful in the sense where you didn't just get caught; it looked like you got caught bad. Like he does that really well now. Right. You know, he sits back and picks his shots more than he probably ever has. But against a guy like him,
remember that body shot? You remember that body shot he hit Charlo with that took all the fight out of Charlo?
Yes.
Like in the third round?
He waited for
took
that.
all the fight out of him. One shot took all the fight out of that dude.
I don't think Charlo even went into that fight with a fighting mindset.
I think he did, but I think he left around and found out.
I'm gonna give him his props. I'm out here. I'm out here in that city, and I'm gonna say this: you don't have camp at the crib, and and I'm gonna say that. If you're having camp at the crib, you don't plan on winning.
Hey, say that again, bro, for the people in the back.
Say that one more time, bro.
If your fighter is having camp at the crib, he probably gonna catch a L.
Yep. And you can't bring your crib with you either. It's the same thing. If the crib came with you, you might as well have stayed home and lost. And PR was good with it. Big Dre, my guy, was good with it. He said, "Can you pray the brawl in the hall spot?" The brawl in the hall.
Hey, look, perfect example. Just why you think Edgar Berlanga went to Boulder, Colorado? It ain't shit for him to do in Boulder, Colorado.
It's to make you uncomfortable. You want to be in an uncomfortable place. It's hard to breathe there. It's hard to do what you normally do in Boulder, Colorado. As a comparison to where you probably normally in a nice warm air climate, it's tropical and you're getting your good sweat in, and it's hard when you can't sweat or when the oxygen level is really low.
And with all them chains and your entourage, you better not be out at night too late in Boulder, Colorado, because they don't know you.
Nah.
You better be inside the house.
Well, I'm gonna say that I just hope that he mentally is prepared for the type of fight he's gonna have, because it's gonna feel lonely. I mean, the crowd is gonna cheer for Canelo, and it's gonna be a lonely feeling, and you got to have your mind away from that. And if he doesn't, it's gonna be very difficult for somebody like that to get even close to an upset, because then he's gonna get desperate, as opposed to building something throughout the fight. We'll probably see him get desperate. Desperation to get you knocked out.
100%.
Now let me ask the panel, everybody on the panel, one question: does anybody see Berlanga being intimidated by this guy?
Right, what it do?
Sometimes fear can work in your advantage though. So even if he is intimidated, it can work to his advantage.
I'm gonna take a different route with your question. What I'm gonna say is I don't think as a man he's fearful of him to get in the ring with him. But what I will say is I watch a lot of guys go from low fighters in the totem pole to under the lights. And like in my personal life, being around it, watching them fight in ballrooms, and then all of a sudden he's on the big stage in some arena on Showtime. That is a massive difference. So fearful of Canelo, personally, physically, probably not, but physically, no. But in the mental aspect of the lights and the cameras and the glitz and the glamour and the loud bangs and the booms, and here comes Canelo, and they got some fucking mariachi band coming down the goddamn walkway, and you watching them, and you standing in the man. After a while, man, it gets lonely. That's why I'm saying he had to have had a strong mental camp for this kind of fight.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Damn the queen.
Yo, performance anxiety is a real thing, bro. And then not only that,
I'm telling you, I told that to my side chick yesterday, bro. No, I'm playing.
Watching that damn montage, and you seeing this dude clipping people with the left hook, with the uppercut, and all that other stuff, and then I'm pretty sure that crosses your mind, like, damn, I could possibly be next.
Yeah.
You heard Tank say in that damn in that clip how he was nervous. When he was going against Ryan, he seen so many people get knocked out by that left hook.
He thought but see,
hey.
But that's part of the job, I believe, is overcoming your fear. Whatever you're fearful of, you meet it head on and you overcome it. Prepare for it. Preparation. His preparation got to be on point.
Hey, the man seen it in sparring, he said. A lot of people ain't catch that part. But he's seen it in the ring and fights, and then in that same statement, he said he's seen it in sparring. And that means he been live in front to see it. So for people to think that he was just looking beyond him is a lie.
Yep. That's one thing I can say though. Tank do respect all of his opponents.
Oh yeah. That's a given.
You have to if you want to stay on top. That's how you lose. When you lose respect for who you fighting, that's how you lose. You got to respect everybody that gets between the ropes with you.
I'm gonna be even more probably disrespectful, but it's honest. When you 5'5", you have to respect everybody in the ring. Period.
Right.
There's got to be some type of other skills that you have. That's why I think he's extremely talented, because 5'5" at all times should be a damn disadvantage, but it's not. It's not. He's found a way to make it his advantage. So
guy.
Man.
With Berlanga though, man, I think that the better prepared he is as far as understanding what Canelo is and what Canelo is looking to do, that'll serve him more so than anything. I don't think that he has to have footwork comparable to Bivol or this one or that one, because when you really go back and rewatch that fight, it's not like Bivol was just dancing around him and he's just making him miss and he's just outmaneuvering him. The one thing that he did constantly was every time Canelo took a step forward, he knocked him off balance, because Canelo, he utilizes similar footwork to a guy like Joe Frazier. A lot of those guys that are power punches, where it's back foot first, front foot second. And utilizing that footwork, there's a moment in time where the base is going to be compromised. And, I guess like the integrity of your stance is compromised to some degree.
Yeah.
You went on mute, man.
All I know is Tank lullabies everybody from 130 to 140.
Shout out to my brother Zoom, dog. He constantly gonna come with that catchphrase right there. That's a lullaby.
Ricky Williams, my guy.
But I'll say this, man. There's a time for respect, and then there's a time for you to dig deep and grit your teeth. Berlanga gonna have to choose what time that is. But
oh, there you go.
I don't advise, like you said, Man, I don't advise nobody getting that ring with uber respect for somebody to the point where you're over here kissing tail and having a slurp fest about how great this dude is. You go up in there and you say point blank, this is a great fighter. This is a great opportunity. And I want to go in there and give you everything I have. And after this, we can have all the greetings and salutations and pleasantries that we want. But until then, I'm putting all my energy.
Hey, in the press conference when Canelo complimented Jamel saying he's better than his brother, he smiled. He smiled, bro.
Rocked his ass to sleep.
He smiled, bro.
Nello was like, got him. Yeah, he's better than his brother. He fought the better competition.
He
Mel
smiled.
over there grinning.
Oh, man.
No, you accepted it. Rock you to sleep. And then you got in there. I think he came to win until he felt what Canelo was bringing. I just don't think he anticipated that being the case. He felt it and he was like, yeah, this it's gonna be a long night. It was too late. By that time, you in the fight now. You just gotta make it out. I think that's exactly what he did. He made it home.
You know what's crazy about that though, Jess? I looked at Canelo's KO ratio one day. He only has like a 63% KO ratio.
Right.
Like I just always felt like it would just be higher than that because when we talk about Canelo, oftentimes it's about the power and so on and so forth. Like yo, he's punching, but it ain't like crazy.
Like
crazy
like yeah, like
I used to
it's
argue
not like
it
Ernie
was
Shavers, nothing like that. It ain't like Ernie
think it was
Shavers.
overstated his power.
Julian
Now, don't get me wrong. Punch me in my shit. I'm going out. Y'all gonna have to call it ambulance. But I'm just saying, in boxing, I've seen people like Angulo take everything he thrown, and they just had to stop the fight as opposed to him really letting them earn it. Now, I understand punishment over a course of 12 rounds or whatever is bad, but that right there opened my eyes. It was that specific fight when I seen how he had. I started thinking about his power, and I'm like, I think it'd be more so his setups. He's heavy-handed for sure, but I think it's the way he set up the shots. And if you look at some of his knockouts, he set them up well. You know what I'm saying? He catch you with something. Look how he caught Caleb Plant. It'd be punch placement as opposed to him just being some straight, sheer knockout artist. He's not that, but he was out of there.
And what I was gonna say to what you said was, I'm gonna be real with you. The way he played his career is, after he left the 47-54 world, he was out here playing with the house's money, realistically. You know what I'm saying? Like they gonna always say he dared to be great. That whenever it's something that's challenging. So when I look at somebody like that, I don't see 60-something is questionable or low. I mean, he's been beyond 54 pretty much his whole career at this point.
I don't think it's questionable. I think he's got good power. I'm just saying, I just don't think it's not like Ernie Shavers.
No, it's a different. I get what you say. You saying it's not one punch knockout power, and that's a fact.
Nah,
but
it's not just.
No, it's not that. But it's
he got good power, but
he got accumulation power to where you can't take too many of these.
Yeah.
Whatever that may be, he's gonna throw. You can't keep getting hit with that. Now, but it's just walking up to somebody round one like he's Deontay Wilder or something. No, no, it's a different kind of power. I even remember listening to Reggie Johnson, former champion, talk about watching George Foreman and his power. It's more thudding than anything. You know what I'm saying? He's saying it's powerful. It's thudding. When people talk about Deontay Wilder and get hit by him, it's sharp. It's piercing right now. It's different types of power. I think we all know that. But with Canelo, he carries a cumulative amount of power throughout the fight.
And to speak more of that,
is it because the opponents get tired after the half, like the first half of the fight, and then once he do start touching him, they dang near like fatigue?
I mean, you can say that with anybody in any fight. You know what I'm saying? Yep. You can't, what I said earlier, you can't keep getting hit with that. Whatever that is and wherever it's hitting you, if he hits you with it more than twice right there, you ain't going to be the same throughout the fight. And he does really good at that. We saw what he was doing to Caleb Plant. We watched it. We was just wondering would Caleb be able to outwork it or get away from it or, avoid it, and we saw what it was going to. And then he caught him with something. And he didn't catch him with some power shot. But he got him with something that he'd been pretty much hitting him with throughout the night.
He was setting him up all night for that. That's the same thing he did with Billy Joe. He noticed Billy Joe. If you go back and watch both those fights, you've noticed when they would feint, they would always turn and duck with their head to the right. And Canelo was noticing that. And both of those fights in the early rounds, you could tell he was loading up for that wide left hook that it looks like he's going to go to the body and hit you in the face, right? So on both of those fights, both Billy Joe and Caleb Plant both got hit with the damn near same shot, that uppercut hook, for them ducking their head too many times in the same direction. And that's what Caleb Plant kept on doing. He kept on doing that whole leaning over, and he just ran himself right into that hook, and it was all she wrote. And then Billy Joe Sanders, we all know what happened. He got his face broke. So that's what Canelo likes to feint you into your mistakes later on into the fight. He makes you have a mental lapse because it's like a mind game. And a lot of folks don't know that those feints, a lot of people are like, oh, that's feinting. That actually does strain on the brain because it's making your body fidget. So it's making your brain strain more, making your body react in certain ways that it's not supposed to. And that's what he had. He set those uppercuts or hooks or whatever you want to call them. He set them up from round 1, round 2. And if you notice, you go back, you could watch both those fights. He was doing it from round 1, setting those shots up. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Berlanga can't make those tiny mistakes, because those tiny mistakes is what can cost him. Berlanga has to fight the smartest fight of his life to beat Canelo.
Yes, yeah, like he can't make no mistakes that night, and he have to put a little bit extra on whatever he do, like to beat Canelo, because the judges ain't gonna give him no easy scores or nothing, and the fans they dang sure not gonna be on his side.
No, they're definitely not gonna be on his side. I mean, history has told that story, told us that story, and told it to us well. I will say about his power, man.
Some of his own fans might not be on his side that night. He's working with a full deck stacked against him, bro. But I just, again, if his mentality is what he's been speaking on, I'm cool. I'm all in with seeing him go out there and compete. Shout out to my guy, Mr. Empire, say he can't compete. He don't got the skills or IQ. I think he got the skills and the IQ to compete, but it's at what level? It's to, you know, what level of success is he gonna have in there with the skills and IQ?
Yeah, I think to be a boxer, you got to have some sort of IQ. It may not be top notch, like 100% of the time. You got to have some semblance of IQ to be a boxer.
Discipline is what comes to mind, because he's a guy that could lose his head a little bit. Like L-Dub just mentioned, you know, he said something about him looking for a way out, biting like how he bit Angulo. I get it. That you just can't have that happen. And you know, people never gonna be able to forget that moment. But look, mistakes happen, bro. I say this about Berlanga. We asked him to learn how to box. We asked him to show some improvement. I think if you're being honest, outside of those knockouts, those fights where he had to go the distance, you seen him getting tested. You seen him facing adversity. You seen his gas tank get tested, seen his chin get tested, his will get tested. But you seen him improve slightly now. Is that enough to beat a guy like Canelo? Just gotta wait and see, but he ain't some trash. I can't do that to him. He ain't some trash. He's not. Mistakes he made.
Yeah, I don't rock with Berlanga, but I don't think he's trash. I don't think he's trash. He's not here for no reason, you know.
Yeah, he can't get desperate. He can't get eager. That's important. He gotta keep his head, and he gotta remain disciplined. Keep your eye, you know, on the prize. You gotta stay focused against Canelo. And I think be physical when you can, man. Pick your spots, man. Don't just allow it to be a boxing match. I don't know if that fares, you know, I don't know if that's in your favor to do that. You get what I'm saying? Because that's a Canelo pace. You want to try to force the pace a little bit against him, man. So hope he in tip-top shape. I'm rooting for the youngin coming with this energy. That's all I'm saying. We look at it like this. People pissed off that he picked him. I respect the fact that he said yeah. And I respect it even more if he go in there like he's trying to win. So right now, I love the energy. It's consistent. He said this on his kid. This ain't for no payday. I feel that. I got kids, bro. So I would like to think that you meant what you said. And that's all I need from you. Hey, go out there and actually try to win the fight.
Yeah, he ain't out of pocket. He ain't out of pocket with leading up to this fight either. He's been if he's the one that's been promoting this fight. I mean, Canelo, all he's been doing has been smiling and shaking his head and putting his fist up at press conferences. You know, and Berlanga's been the one that's been selling this fight. If you want to be real, you know, bringing that whole, you know, different edge to the fight. You know what I mean? Not this. And I get it. Like he has a point. Like when you're about to fight somebody, you could respect somebody all you want. You could be friends, but when you're in that ring, you're trying to knock each other's heads off. And that's no respect in in that position.
Go out there and go get yours, man. Like
So
bro
I mean,
said,
I
notice
like
your
Berlanga's
moment.
energy, just like you. Just I like Berlanga's energy. I like what he
Mhm.
said. You know, he hasn't been, and you know the thing, this when he's saying it, he's not saying it like being a tough guy, like pump
He
my
ain't
chest out
overselling
and
it.
pump my
He ain't
chest against your
overselling it.
chest. Like he's saying it like, and it's weird, but he's saying it like in a very humble way. You know what I
He
mean?
wants
Like
you to
he's saying
believe
it
it.
like he
Yeah.
believes it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He
he wants you
believes
to
it.
believe it, but he ain't overselling. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
He wants you to know, like, look, man, because he understands what we said. People show up, people want payday. Everybody think that, oh,
They
you
want
fight Canelo, he
payday.
don't really want to win. People were saying that about him. Oh, he not gonna really want to win. And as long as he showed me that he do, you lose. Look, you got everybody will have the deck stacked up against him against Canelo at this point. Nobody got 60 plus fights. Nobody's fought the the level of competition that he has. Nobody. So we just I think we got to get behind whoever steps in that spot and is ready to dethrone him. Because the way I see it, it's nothing against him personally. But if this is how you want to do it, quote unquote, like cherry picks, I'm rocking with these dudes, especially if they coming to win. Nothing against Canelo, but you get dethroned because you've been hand picking opponents and you just ran into the wrong one. Cool, good. Know what I mean? Nothing. He'll bounce back. But I look, Berlanga, I'm with you, bro. If you out here to win, just do rocking with you. We know it's an uphill battle. We know you make mistakes. We know you've been on the deck. We know you making a huge jump in terms of the stage, the level of competition from what was that, McCrory, Patrick? What was it? Patrick McCrory?
Yeah, Patrick.
He did get a knockout recently too, so that's good to see, man. He is cooking a little bit. Maybe he going into this is every bit as confident as he's speaking. That's key for me. Be confident, be smart, be disciplined, and focus, man. Because you ain't never gonna get this opportunity like this. It ain't another Canelo in the division for you to fight. So this is it. This is the creme de la creme. You got to treat it like that, bro. Go out there to win your fight.
He got to treat this like this is Rocky, what, 3? Was it Rocky 3, Rocky 4? The one where he fought Drago?
Right.
I think that
He
was
got to
3,
go
wasn't it?
old school with the training.
Right.
He got to be prepared for all-out war. People talking about Canelo power. I know one thing, man. Below said that man's shoulders and arms hurt for 2 months after fighting. So that sustained power is something else. I know it also changed the course of the fight against Charlo when he got hit in that corner over there on his shoulder and he felt that boom. So, you know, he can't, like you say, he can't win a boxing match. So he's got to he got to make this fight mucky as possible and do things to like frustrate him, because the one thing that I saw in that Bibble fight was that Bibble had enough resolve to take. He had enough resolve to take whatever was coming his way, and then as soon as he rested up, as soon as he finished, he came with something right back at him that he wasn't really ready for or prepared for, and that's what he did to frustrate it and take him off of his timing. So that's where.
Disrupt timing, rhythm. You gotta. What I say, use that jab. His jab got to be key in this fight. I got to look at their dimensions. I believe damn near everybody Canelo fight be having a height and reach advantage. I got to see what the difference is there. But little things like that, that's something you got to be able to try to utilize. Because Canelo is good at cutting distance and getting to that sweet spot. You got to make it so that he can't. Beaver wasn't allowing him to do so, and it got to the point where you were seeing him disrupt his timing, make him reset, knock him off balance, kept him with something to think about. And he got an active jab, his rhythm. I know, you know, Berlanga don't fight like that. He don't got that kind of bounce in his step, but you got a heavy enough jab, bro. You gotta utilize that, man. I think that needs to be a weapon. Some type of discipline from round one is what I'm saying. You need to put something on Canelo mind early. And I ain't saying go for it and just be reckless, but give him something to consider while he's fighting you. Don't let him just get comfortable, because it could be a long night. And I think he's gonna try to take advantage of him being inexperienced. I mean, why wouldn't he? You know what I'm saying? So it's up to Berlanga, man. It really is. We know what Canelo is at this point. The question is, do him and his coach, his team, do they understand what Canelo is at this point and how to go at him? And let's see if they, you know, they young enough. I mean, look, the physical side, I don't doubt that he can get Canelo's respect. I don't think Canelo want to just walk through his shots. I don't think he punching like, I don't think he's foolish in that regard to try to just walk through him. But As long as you can gain his respect, give him something to think about early enough where he ain't just, walking you down and applying that mental pressure, because that's where he at right now. It's more mental than it is physical with Canelo. It's not the punches that get you, it's the where he be at. He in your face, he taking shots, he making you miss. You get tired, it start to go bad for you. So he got to avoid them early pitfalls. He can't fall behind round after round after round against this dude, because it's gonna be hard to change the tide if he do.
Hey, Berlanga was smart, man, planting seeds in case, you know what I'm saying, a future fight with Plant, you know what I mean, already planting the seeds. Like this Mr. M. Pride was saying, it wasn't the same energy. I think he kind of did that on purpose, kind of like, well, let's just hypothetically say that, he does lose to Canelo, you know what I mean? He always has that avenue to be like, well, he started beef with Plant, so let's see if something builds up a Plant. So, I mean, it was as dumb as it was kind of smart on his part, you know what I mean? Like, just planting those seeds for later.
Yeah, I think that was a smart move. That was definitely a smart move.
Just, he's actually got quicker feet than I had thought initially. I rewatched his fight with McCrory, yesterday. I rewatched it probably
He's
about
improved.
2 or 3 times.
He's improved.
The only thing is with him that I noticed is he doesn't really utilize angles like that. Like when he's got quick feet, but it's in a straight line. It's pulling straight back. And then oftentimes he's taking himself too far out of range. And one thing with Canelo is when he's throwing that hook, he's loading up with that shit. And oftentimes he's taking his backhand and it's all the way out here. So he's wide open up the middle.
Yeah.
But you got to be willing to take those chances though. That's the
Yeah.
thing. Like you can't get too tame to the point where
that's what I was
you're
saying.
not willing to take advantage of those opportunities when they present themselves.
I love that word I've been using. That if you get tamed at any point in this fight, I see no scenario where you win. That's the beginning of the end. And like I said, so far, the battle within the fight, you handling this press conference and embracing this moment. And like I said, speaking like you ready, it puts me somewhat at ease. And let's see how you adjust. Let's see what you look like when you make that ring walk. Let's see if you out there with your eyes looking like saucers, or if you out there moving with that same energy that you were speaking with. That's so important for me going into this fight, because a lot of people, I think, with Canelo, be beat before you get in there. I think you be beat before you get in there. Not to the level of Mike Tyson or nothing like that, but you get what I'm saying. The moment just, they just happy to be there, and you can't be satisfied with, oh, okay, I'm fighting Canelo. Nah, I'm coming to beat this dude, and job ain't done. You got to be a little bit agile. I don't want to see you at peace. You get what I'm saying? Almost like it's over with already. I made it here. You get what I'm saying? Payday is like, I don't want that vibe. I want the money gonna take care of itself, but I'm coming to beat this dude. And that, again, talk is cheap, but I do appreciate somebody that know how to conduct themselves in the moment, especially if you ain't never been here. So Berlanga ain't never been here. Hey man, he was talking trash enough to the point where people feels like that's a mistake he made talking that way. And I'm like, you know what? I think that's good. It piss him off if that's what you got to do, because at the end of the day, it's a fight. He gonna try to hurt you regardless. Don't get rocked to sleep thinking you be nice to him. He ain't gonna come to hurt you, bro. Ask Charlo. Ask Munguia. It was very
man. Just, I was getting pissed off when I rewatched that Charlo fight, because I was noticing one thing about Canelo's setup.
Right.
We say with all of these guys, typically when it's the guy whose name is biggest on the marquee, we talk about these guys almost as if they're like no avenues for exploitation when it comes to them. The other guy is a guy who's got to be perfect. He can't make no mistakes and so on and so forth. And I'm not saying that Canelo's got glaring holes in his game, because he's pretty solid all the way around, but there are definitely things that can be exploited. Like for example, when it comes to his punch selection, if you notice when he throws his right hand, more often than not, it's preceded by 2 touches. It'll be touch, right hand. And he was doing that shit to Charlo all night. And I'm like, at what point do you not say, like, okay, the right hand is about to come, because he set it up the same way the past God knows how many times he's thrown it. Now is an opportunity. Let me try to punch in between his shot, beat him to the punch, or even just evade the shot if he's setting it up the same way.
over and
Is
over
what
and
you is
over
what we
again.
was just talking about though. That taming process already done took shape.
Right.
In
Like
his
I'm not even
mind, he
gonna
was
take the
defeated.
shot.
In his mind, he was defeated. I think that's what he fought like, especially once he really felt what was in front of him. It was like, oh, okay, all right. Now it's I got to make it up out of here. I got to make it home. Got to make it home to the kids now. Got to make it to the kids.
Same thing with that high guard situation, man. I've seen a couple of those. What's names? I don't know if I ever sent. I did send you the clips when what's name was framing them up and throwing a little stab to the body, and it's like, yo, you had that shot available to you throughout the fight, but you just not taking it. You just not taking it because the guy is coming forward. He's coming forward the same way all the time. It's in the high guard. Like not once do you try to throw an uppercut throw something underneath. There's no frame and boom stab
Man,
and
don't get tamed, Joe, because it's gonna get bad. And that's what I noticed in any fight. It's like a mental handcuffs, and then it translates to it being a physical thing in the ring. Now you're not taking advantage of the opportunities that he providing you with, because everybody make mistakes, but now he done got you in your head so much. When you see it, you ain't taking it, and you just the beat down start to be one side. It's just a lopsided ass whooping after a while. So that he got to avoid any of those mental pitfalls where he ain't active and being busy. And I hope for the shout out to my guy Connor. I trust his word. He said, he know who's training him. He said he's gonna be ready. I just hope he in the best shape ever, because if you could in some way take advantage of a guy that just don't throw a lot, it's not the busiest. I ain't saying you got to get up 100 punches around, but that's an area of it's an avenue for you right there. You get what I'm saying? It's not a dude that he don't throw a lot. Some would say a bit comfortable, lazy in his approach at times, especially because he feel like he got so much going for himself. Canelo a little arrogant, call it what it is.
Yeah, no,
Rightfully so.
He's a lot of arrogant. He's a lot of arrogant.
These fights a certain way, bro, and I'm telling you, he leave opportunities for everybody he fight. It's just a matter if you gonna be able to take advantage, and can you do it consistently enough where it doesn't allow him to settle into any kind of rhythm where he could take the fight away from you. If you can do that, now it's a tall task, but again, I'm optimistic, man. I just try to breathe some life into Edgar Berlanga and really see it. He got a shot, but it's really gonna be on him. I mean, how much of a shot is up to him and his team.
I like what Ricky Williams said. This is where men being real have to come into play. Fair is a big part of the contest. Fair is the ultimate respect, and I agree with that 1,000%. Just so long as you don't allow it to paralyze you. I think the fair is recognizing, like, okay, this guy's got a hell of a hook. He's got a good right hand, but let me be wary of it. Let me look out for it. Let me be alert. Let me be on point. But then now I got to be able to counter that. And I think that's where it gets. That's where it gets a little tricky. It's like, yo, like I said, if you go watch the way he sets his right hand up, it's damn near the same setup every fucking time. It's touch, right hand. But if you just so frazzled and you just so, your poise is just lacking to where you can't see these things, or not even like you said. And here's the other thing where it gets tricky too when it comes to IQ. Sometimes I don't think it's a matter of guys not having IQ, because they would see these things in the gym in an environment that's a lot more comfortable, and they'd be able to respond appropriately. But then in those moments where it's high stakes and there's a lot of pressure, now you're doing things you're not doing things that you typically would do.
Right.
Just not responding the right way.
Go back to what's comfortable. Your brain makes you go back to what's comfortable. Right. That's what I was talking about the feints. It's a mental game. It's a mental. So all the feints you can makes it's something that has to do with your system and how it works, and it tires that part of your brain down, and it makes your reaction
mentally and physically.
So
both, right?
That's why
you're reacting to him. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's a stress, and that's what Canelo is good at, putting that stress on you without having to really accelerate his gas tank. He's very good at doing it.
I do like them breathing exercises. I've seen them working on him with, man. I've seen his team working on his breathing. I watched one of his vlogs on YouTube. Yeah, they had him working on his breathing and recovery through breathing. Because to the point that you just made about that type of mental pressure, now once you start getting anxious,
and now you're dealing with your adrenaline and your parasympathetic nervous system. A lot of that stuff is regulated by your breathing. If you ever notice, when you're nervous, your breathing isn't as deep. It's very, very shallow.
Right.
It's very shallow. So just to be able to draw in deep breaths and stay relaxed, stay calm, and now you're not burning the candle at both ends.
Right. Oh man, you saying something right there, because that's something to look out for too. Fighters have a tendency to do that in the moment. They overreact to what's in front of them, and they do exactly that. And it's a mixture of shooting and low, and that's what it results to, burning the candle on both ends. Now you done hit a wall, and you midway through the fight, that's not gonna work. Not with somebody like Canelo. He even when he's tired, he know how to navigate being fatigued, because he's been there a number of times. But some are saying recent fights, he don't look like he get tired no more. But whatever, it is what it is. Canelo, Berlanga got to prepare for the best version of that dude. But I think I'm gonna keep saying there's areas for him, man. It's discipline. Got to be disciplined with Canelo, because he can make you pay for any mistake. Quick counter punching, very consistent, smart guy, good upper body movement, can make you miss. You got to be prepared, man. Got to have a game plan.
He looked a bit tired in that Ryder fight. He looked a little bit tired in that fight. But I think the thing with Ryder is Ryder was making him fight, man. Ryder was making him fight. I think that's the thing. I don't think he looked tired in the fight with Jamel, because there wasn't much resistance.
Right.
Jamel was on the back foot damn near 12 rounds. There were very few moments where he
put no type of pressure on him. That was like a sparring match for him. If he's that comfortable, good luck. Good luck at that point.
I think he's sparring match, punching back. But I'll say this, man. On top of what Ant said, man, the resolve is necessary and the proper reverence. And like I said, the breathing technique. You increase your oxygen intake, which gives you a little bit more endurance, but also it heightens your focus. A lot of things, like when you play the shooter games and you're a sniper, whenever you're about to go into that zoom, you hear that like that, because it's trying to zero in your focus, dialing it in so that you can get the sharpest shot you possibly can take. And, I think it's helping him on two accounts on there if he's doing it the correct way. He's getting him the ability to control his breathing, but also to zero in on his focus, dial in, so that when he does fight him and he's in the midst of things, that aura that's going on, because as Menace said, man, it's going to be a whole lot of stuff going on. Them lights are bright when the Canelo fight is on. There's so much noise going on, so much things that's just coming at you, and it's not like he's been in that environment before. So you got to train for that.
Say about the dog walk Berlanga, man. We breathing life into him, KO. We got to breathe some life into him. You know what I mean?
KO not that guy though. KO gonna tell you how he feels straight up.
And he said he got a chin. You know what I'm saying? He got a chin.
I know it's been a lot of talk about your chin. I had to deal with a lot of that stuff early in my career. I got buzzed in my second fight. I think it was my 6th or 7th fight, Darnell Boone. I got dropped. So I had to wear that jacket for I don't know how many years before I proved that I did have a chin. Do you think all the conversation about your chin is legitimate? How do you feel? What type of chin does Edgar Berlanga have?
I think I got a steel chin. I feel like it's boxing. Anybody could get clipped. Anybody could get hurt. Anybody could punch.
Can happen.
And the punches that you don't see, in the sport. And it comes with it, the best got dropped, the best got hurt, the best got knocked out. You see Pacquiao got flattened out, came back and, won numerous championships, and Pacquiao got probably slept like 3 times, twice in his career, So, I don't think that defines any fighter, I feel like any fighter, that gets hit, that gets dropped and gets up and finishes a fight and wins, that's a true champion.
You know what I'm saying? Spoken like a true champion, ain't a champion. You know what I'm saying? Berlanga, you got the right. That's the spirit. You got the spirit. All right. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna breathe life into the youngin', but we know what time it is. Oh, shout out to my guy Big Dre. Pardon me, he asked me to play something. I just had got uploaded the clip. Shout out to Big Dre.
For those in the DMV, it's live, it's local, it's boxing. It's happening this Saturday night. at Hook Hall. It's the Brawl in the Hall, 3400 Georgia Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. Tickets available on Eventbrite. That's this Saturday night. Get your tickets now. Eventbrite.com. The Brawl in the Hall.
In the hall. Shout out to Big Dre, man. He got a award chin. He said he got that solid. He got a solid chin. He got an iron chin, steel chin. He said, I think that's what he said. You know, no Pacquiao. Yeah, man. Steel chin. Just don't be testing it against Canelo. You did, because if it's anybody, I got a steel chin. It's definitely Canelo. That's not. It's not. Don't go testing that against him, buddy. You gotta make him. That's another thing, man. How difficult could he make himself in terms of being a target for Canelo? You get what I'm saying? That is key too, man. He can't just be hitting you with ease. He able to just hit you with ease, man. Woo, man, that ain't gonna be good. So again, how he start the fight is gonna be important.
What Berlanga can't do is go in there trying to fight Canelo's fight. Like, yeah, let me go in there and slug with him, because that's already in the back of my head. Like when he was like, oh, like I hit harder than Triple G, or like my son hits harder than you, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like because like just the type of fighter that he is, he's gonna want to go in there to try to crack Canelo, right? And that's just what I'm thinking based on his interactions with him. And I think that'll be his downfall. He can't go in there doing that because it'll be an early night for him, way earlier than what I'm predicting if he goes in there trying to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely can be that, because you got to be strategic with Canelo. You know what I mean? You want to be able to play chess, but you don't want the fight to be a chess match the entire time. You want to be able to utilize some of your physical gifts, even if that's being physical with him in spots. Find a way to deplete his gas tank. Go to his body. Do some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to have a game plan about you, man. Go test them legs, man. You know what I mean? He got 60 plus fights. Yeah, it's experience, but it's also wear and tear. It's mileage. Everybody get old. Everybody slow down. Fight a fight that make him know that you in there. You get what I'm saying? Make your presence felt. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got all the answers, but I think you need to implement a game plan that's going to put you in a position where he knows you in there. You get what I'm saying? He got to know that you coming to fight, man. And that you ain't backing down, because he experienced, man. If he see weakness, he might get at you. He might get you. He gonna get at you. Hold on. Hold on, y'all.
Shit, what if he caught Canelo cold? I don't know if it'll happen, but what if that happened? Caught him cold, catch him on the temple or something like that, hit him with one of those boots, and it's like right behind the ear type shots, Thomas Delorme style. I don't know. You might have to go for it, man. See what's up.
Bro.
Anything can happen in the ring.
I got you, Dub. I see you.
I don't know.
Look.
Shout out to Edgar. Human facts machine. In the building.
Yeah, I'm not trying to completely crap on Edgar Berlanga, but
we was trying to, breathe some life into him, man. Not saying that he need life breathing to him, but I know everybody feel like he had gone. We just try to, say there's ways he could be successful. Doc was good with it. It's just you can't have no fear against no Canelo, because
right.
Trouble. Take advantage of the fact that he ain't the fastest starting guy, right? He like to take his time. Man, I wonder what his approach going to be. Is he going back to the power hook, the Captain Hook Canelo, just hooks and uppercuts, punching on the arms, like, you know what I mean? Can you make him fight the way he fought against Beeble? Because that wasn't smart, right? I don't know. You ain't that kind of fighter, but I just don't know, man. I seen him doing some stuff with the feet moving a little bit. I wonder how consistent could he be with that? Because it's cool to just do it when you in the gym and you working on something, but can you do it with a live body in front of you and be effective doing it? Right? Because that's not really what he was doing. Is something I normally see him focus on is footwork. And, it look like punch placement, a mixture of both, because you're gonna need that for somebody like Canelo. Definitely. Place your shots. Hey, Big Dre, they got a link? It's a link, a way we can watch it. My God, Dub just asked. Shout out to Damon, man. What's good with it? Edgar is most likely getting stopped. And look, when the last knockout Canelo had? Was it Plant? Did I miss somebody?
Yeah, it might have been Plant. I think it might have been Plant.
I thought it was Plant, right? So that's
Yeah.
LJ. What's good with it? Is any pressure on his Canelo to get this stoppage? Should he? Because people anticipating the stoppage because they feel like you handpicked this. You know how that go. You handpicked it. You better be to get him out of there. I don't know. Berlanga might be hungry. He got dropped. He touched the deck before he got up, fall back. Plant was the last.
Right.
Okay, cool. I wasn't all points. Shout out to the fax machine, man. Shout out to my guy, Doug. Big Dre, man. Great work as always, man. Let me know if y'all got a link to that, though, a way we can watch it.
Unfortunately, Ryan Frazier, no, I am not. But I don't want to crap on anybody else's dreams or their aspirations. I don't want to be the one to tell somebody that they can't do something or that it's impossible. And then we've seen in the past, man, there've been plenty of fights where it was expected to go one way and then win another. More than likely, I think the probability for that to be the case isn't that high.
Right.
But the possibility is always there. So
that's all. And we was just trying to speak on that small possibility of it, that possibility that Edgar comes, he come in there believing he could win, and he had a fight of his life because he's gonna need one. He gonna need it. Fighting against Canelo and them judges ain't no joke. Just ask Floyd, who unanimous decision beat his ass and still got a majority. That always be in my head. I'd be like, how do you beat this dude on the cards? I mean, of course, Bevo did it, but you don't have that type of rhythm. You don't fight in that manner. But again, you got some physical dimensions similar to Bevo. Maybe you can implement things outside of just his rhythm. Again, being just smart with shot selection. You know what I'm saying? Keeping an active jab, something in his face, giving him something to think about, being able to disrupt time. Man, I really see it. That's what I see. And again, that's a tall order, but it's possible. It's been done before. Can you fight smarter than what people think? I mean, look, hey, shit, I believe if you work at it, you can get better. You know what I'm saying? I heard a shit ton of people say Ryo was getting knocked out. They kept saying it. Nah, he head on the line. He don't box that well. His feet ain't that good. All of that stuff that they were saying that man couldn't do, I watched him do it and consistently. So he put himself in a position to really take that fight and just run with it. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that Berlanga is Ryo, but again, people would count him out the same way, saying he was gonna get knocked out. No, I'm not saying that Canelo was Pitbull, none of that, but I'm just saying the way they looked at Ryo, saying there was a lot that he couldn't do. And sometimes that's based off, you'll see his losses and you would think that's what you think of him. I remember he got knocked out by De Los Santos. People still say that like he ain't had fights after that. So I don't know. I seen a dude that, maybe he didn't get the most credit for it because it was a rematch. And Chris Colbert, not only did he knock him out cold, but he was out boxing him too. So that showed me something. You can say what you want about Chris Colbert. He could fight. If you ain't being emotional about it, you ain't talking about his hair and all that, the dude could fight. The fact that Ryo was in there in a fight where they just got him on the cards, to go out there and be comfortable with outboxing this dude and then creating a separation and stopping him, I was impressed. So I'm just saying, I've seen Berlanga struggle. I've seen him get dropped. I've seen his gas tank get tested, seen his mouth get busted up, all that. You know what I mean? I've seen him
seen him bite somebody,
the ringer a little bit. So maybe some of them experiences help him a bit. You know what I mean? How much? I don't know, but he had to get better when he wasn't knocking people out. Because again, you can't keep saying, well, he can't box. He can't. Now I'm watching him outbox people. I am. He's struggling because again, he's still learning on the job. I told people, them first round knockouts is cool, but how much work is that? How much you really learning when you stretching people within 3 minutes? So when you first forced to go the distance, you're gonna see some flaws. And he went there. So we don't consider none of that. We just he hype. Man, I'm just like, I just think he got put in a situation where he had the scene running. He's smoking these dudes early. Like it was looking crazy for a minute. When he was catching some of these dudes early, like some of these knockouts was wild. I was like, man, if he stay punching like this, it's no telling. But I just feel like maybe the division, catch up to you, step it up just enough where those guys ain't going in 3 minutes, right? They putting up real resistance trying to win. And that's something that he had to adjust to. So I give people the benefit of the doubt. He had to learn, man. He was still learning on the job. And I know that's the big reason for me why I lean toward Canelo. It's that inexperience is the biggest factor for me. You know what I'm saying? Biggest. Nothing physical, the power and all that stuff. Not even so much the IQ that people say, right? I think it's just the inexperience mixed with, Canelo's IQ is just up there with the best. That's a smart fighter. Shout out to everybody. Check y'all smash that like button. Ryle just had his number. Yep, he knew he was in there with. But yeah, I think for me it was the way he done it, and people he was doing shit that people said he couldn't do. Box well,
Right.
smart. And a lot of people was he's gonna get knocked out. I was like, I'm telling you, man. Then he's just gonna outbox this dude, be smart. And he did it. So again, Berlanga gotta be smart. I know he got to be smart. He got to be ready. Anthony Kakachi versus Josh Warrington fight on 9/21 will be for the IBF. IBF refused to sanction Warrington coming on 2 losses in a row. The IBF title will be on, though. Shout out to my guy, Doug, man. Josh
fax machine.
Stay in the mix, bro. Gotta give it to him. That big head dude, stay in the mix. Gap between them is too wide. I get that, B-Dog. Shout out to you. I understand it. I get it,
Quite possibly.
I just think
I think another thing we got to take into consideration is this, though, Just, man.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been guilty of this in the past.
Right.
Crystallizing people. You know how we do to one another. We say once fill in the blank always, and we don't give each other any grace or any room to grow, and we just completely discount just potential.
Mm-hmm.
We just discount that shit. Like, hey, this is who you are. You always gonna be this. You ain't never gonna be able to improve, even if it's incremental or marginal, whatever it is. It's just like this is just who you are.
Right.
And then we have cases like Ryo, where like, I was thoroughly impressed, not just by the fact that he beat Pitbull, because the prevailing sentiment seemed to be that if he was gonna do it, he was gonna catch Pitbull with a shot, because we do know that Ryo could punch. We know that. But I'd be hard pressed to imagine that many people saw him winning in the fashion that he did, the way he did it, moving around on the back feet. Like I said earlier today, the dude for the longest time looked like Frankenstein from the fucking waist down. He was just like, his footwork looked clunky as hell. So to see him moving around up on his toes, popping the jab, I'm like, yo, who the hell is this?
Something in the rematch, the Cobra rematch. I seen something. I seen some life in him, and the way I took it, I'm like, see, I was able to see this other, I guess, layer to his game, because he was in there with somebody that kind of somewhat forced him to, especially being that you coming off a situation where you got outboxed. I know part of you want to prove that you're a better boxer than that. You was able to do it. So it's like, it was one of those things, a matter of focus, attention to details. This something that you drilled in training camp. This something that you focusing on. We seen when focusing on that, the boxing, because that's what he needed to beat Pitbull, right? Not so much fight. You fight when you need to fight, but keep it a boxing match as long as possible. He understood the assignment. He was able to stay consistent at it, and it let me know, given the right game plan and the right focus, he is able to box the way people thought he couldn't. He could be a little sharper, more disciplined with the footwork. Like, it's just a matter of, these dudes, we throw them away so fast when they lose, but just don't take it. Every challenge is different for these dudes, man. He showed you how he could figure it out, man. He went out there and had a fight where I really thought he won the first time with B-Hop, but that second one was impressive, and then the way he slept him like that was impressive. Maybe Robert Garcia for his next fight. Think so? Wasn't he? Who was he with for this fight? Robert, wasn't he? Was he for Pitbull?
Yeah, I believe it was Robert.
I wonder though. The camp over there knowing what they doing. Ryan Bam giving people work. Yeah, that Garcia camp is over there coaching. Y'all shout out to Robert Garcia, man. Big shout out to Robert Garcia. So, being that we was cooking on Canelo and Berlanga for a while, I mean, shout out to them, man. Look, it is what it is with Canelo. I ain't surprised. This is what he gonna do. It's up to us whether we want to support it. What's making me want to support this fight is the energy Berlanga getting. I know, you still got to go out there and win. I know if I still had to bet, I'm betting Canelo, but I just don't. I can find support for anybody that's coming to win a fight, where everybody counting them out. I mean, that shit in and of itself could be a challenge, right? You got people that already like, yo, this is a cherry pick. You ain't got a chance. Like I said, hopefully allow that shit to fuel him and put forth his best fight of his career, because I think that's the type of showing he need to even be in the ballpark of competing with this dude, right? I know it's a gap, but again, I feel like the gap is a wider margin when you're not coming to win. It looks a lot different. You get what I'm saying? When you coming to win, you ain't laying down at the end of the day. So when you get hit, you're gonna have an answer. You're gonna figure some shit out. You're gonna get tested. You're gonna have to weather storms. It's Canelo. Shit, expect it all. And that's all I'm saying. And prepare for it as best you can. And again, if you really believe it and you know your team do, then go get that. Go get his ass. He's 60 plus fights in. Go take advantage of them old knees, man. Go get him. You know what I'm saying? Go get Canelo, bro.
Yep.
What's good with it? Have to be patient. Yeah, not too patient though, because I don't think he got out patience Canelo. You know what I'm saying? You want to try to disrupt some shit, because if it's that kind of fight, then you almost fall into that trap of letting Canelo be comfortable, you know, fighting at his pace. So he can do that shit for 15 rounds, I believe he had to. Robert Garcia has big November coming up. Munguia 11-2, Ramirez and Duarte 11-16, Bam 11-9 or 11-23. Okay, Moritai 11-2. Yeah, shout out to Raymond Moritai too. He do got a fight, because again, people were saying we're gonna talk about this for a little second. He do got a fight coming up November 2nd, right? Yeah. Nigga, is it November? November 2nd. Right, yeah, believe so. Yeah. So yeah, since they were suggesting that you know, they keep this Tank news is old at this point. Look, I'm just cool with them when they come out and announcing who we gonna fight. I don't really care to speculate too much past this point, but I got a couple different clips, because you know I got hit a few different times. Somebody was as recently as a while ago before I came up here asking me about this Rayo in November stuff. Is Rayo next? Is Rayo fighting Tank in November? I'm just like, I heard enough times, enough different explanations to understand that he ain't gonna be ready. I mean, Robert Garcia said it, didn't he? Shout out to my guy Edgar. I do believe he sent this to me too. So this was something he said. You know, in the interview before his fight, he was asked if he would fight Tank, which he would, but not in November. No one that soon after his fight. Tank has a date and a venue lined up. Doesn't mean we have to be his opponent for that specific date. That's exactly what Robbie Boy said.
Man, he about to announce he's fighting.
People that kept asking me about it. This is something else he said too. He didn't say I didn't let him. I said he wasn't fighting this year. He was in a tough 5-month camp. Originally fights on Tank's card in June and then got moved to August. I don't know where everyone got the idea of news. He was fighting Tank exactly in November 2nd. All right, 2.5 months after, but was never true. So that's two different ways he done shot that down. But this is the problem here, though. So I'm not fully mad at people for even asking the question. Like, it's a conversation, right? You hear stuff, you ask. I respect people even, you know, feel like I had that right answer, but I'm only going off of what they putting out there, which is easy to see. But it's stuff like this in this little clip that I think that's confusing people. This came out, it's like, what was this? 2 days ago, something like that. So I see people still, you know what I mean? And shout out to Buddy, but I think this is where people get
next.
Confused.
I know are you going to tell us?
It's going to be a secret. It's going to be out.
well, you know, it's not revealed publicly.
It's not publicly yet, but it'll be in November, and I think it's going to be in Las Vegas.
Right.
It's going to be against one of Robert Garcia's fighters.
I think most people can work that one out. But on Tank, and obviously we've been talking a lot about him against Shakur Stevenson, who's.
See that stuff like that. He says, "Oh, it's gonna be one of Robert Garcia fighters." If you know any better, like Doug mentioned, Moritai already got a fight lined up on the 2nd. It's definitely not gonna be him. I don't think it would have been him whether he had a fight lined up or not. Personally, you've seen him shoot down the Rayo fight. He spoke about the date. No, it's a no, and then I'll play this final clip from him. And again, if you just need to hear more than that, then I don't know what to tell you unless they being slick with us, and they just keeping it close to them, and they ain't telling people because of that, because they don't want nobody to know. I doubt it though, because look how close we are getting. You got to think this is a pay-per-view fight. They would want time to roll that out properly, right? Not rush it. And just like Dub said, look, if you pay attention to the month that Robert Garcia is about to have, you honestly think he got time to squeeze in Ryo fighting Tank, especially after having a 5-month camp, just running back that fast again. Like, so they keep somebody lying or playing with his Dub. But I'm going to believe that it's not going to happen. I'm going to believe that, it's a reason for it. I'm going to play another clip, but I'm going to play this from Robert Garcia. You already know where I'm going with this one. Because I don't know if it's the guy that's training him saying he ain't fighting for the rest of the year. I don't see where else you could still think that he's going to fight unless he ain't speaking for him no more and he's leaving him. Like, I don't see that happening right now. So let's hear Robert Garcia, this little short clip.
What's the rumor about Ryan fighting Tank November 2nd? Daniel's asking.
Ryan versus Tank?
Ryan.
No, November 2nd is not
too soon.
It's too soon. Ryan's not gonna fight till next year.
Why, Robert?
Because he was in camp for almost 5 months, had a hard camp. He was getting ready for June 15 and was already in camp. And then they changed it to August 10 and August 3rd. It was, right? Yeah, August 3rd. And he had a long camp. So after a hard winning, he needed some time off. So yeah, November 2nd is too soon. Next year.
Now, they say in boxing, your life changes when you defend the title, not when you win the title. Why do they say that?
Well, because obviously you're.
And you see, that's pretty much that, man. So I don't know. Shout out to Mark West, man, and the Cash App supporting the grind. Much love to my guy.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well,
right.
well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
I don't see it. I mean, he said it. He said it enough times. He don't need to put it no other way for me. Ryo pay-per-view. I know he got it coming off a big win. I don't know. I ain't saying it can't happen, but I don't see it in November. Like I said, I did hear that Saturday. I did hear something about that. It was now during Canelo's fight week in May. Big ups was good with it, fam.
Before anybody said De Los Santos still injured. He still got that shoulder injury. He's trying to heal up from. I don't think it's gonna be him. I don't think it's not gonna be Ryo, and damn sure better not be no Pitbull because he ain't gonna wait till after.
Pitbull, Ryo eliminated Pitbull. More tied up. Ryo ain't fighting till next year.
This might be weird, man. This might sound funny. You know who's been really, really quiet and why my energy feels is gonna be this person?
Hey, T.O.
Yup.
Only thing is,
it's been him training with Canelo, and he's looking big.
He's so damn big, and I did the timing.
I just think like if you look at any other fighters that we keep up with, or that you talk about, or that other channels will constantly talk about, like T.O.'s always been one of the things that people have brought up as far as topics, right? If you look at it, no one has really had any topic to talk about T.O. for a few weeks because he's been quiet. His dad has been quiet. That shit is awfully funky. You know what I mean? So I'm just having this energy or this feeling that it's going to be T.O. But I'm hoping that probably will be the fight, because that probably will be the best fight for him right now, because everybody else is tied up, for whatever reason, fighting whoever they're fighting. But I just think T.O. is probably the one that makes most sense right now, because it ain't gonna be Haney. Haney's not gonna go from getting beat up by Osterine guy to
I like
beat up by, you know what I mean, getting beat up by Tank. You know what I mean?
Yeah, people think he going back to 140. I think he's staying at 135. I don't think he going to 140. So if it's a fight at 140 right now, I don't think he going. I see why you'll say T.O. A couple people said that he got quiet. I just think him being so heavy kind of throws him out of the. You know what I mean? He don't even look like he 140 no more. He don't even like he gonna make 140 no more. That dude was 156 last time he posted. Almost 160. I'm like, damn, this dude big as hell. He big, and then at time they don't like time restraints. So I wonder if what Dub is saying, that Mark Maxile, they gonna lose their mind. I already told them that. Lamont Roach, they gonna complain about that too, but it's just
he dragged up a smaller guy.
You already know that's what the line is going to be right there, Just. He dragged up a smaller guy. If he fights with Monroe, that's going to be the
Yeah,
first
he was
line they say.
156. A1. I thought that was a little cryptic thing to Bud. Like, look, I'm close to your weight type deal, but I ain't gonna fight you. But I'm here. I can fight you. Know what I'm saying? You never know with T.O., but that's why I threw him. I take him out the mix. Devin would be completely. He would honestly have to be one of the bravest fighters in boxing. Not saying he ain't got no heart. He showed that with Ryan Garcia, but that'd be career threatening. I ain't even gonna lie. You go from that to the Tank. Now you want to play with him? Hell nah. No. But it's unfortunate because there's a lot of misinformation. A lot of people feel like all of the options was everything, but that just wasn't the case. Like I said, and the way it's playing out is consistent with what I've been being told behind the scenes. But people keep on making this stuff up as they go along. But I don't see Ryo at 140. And another thing, Ryo, like people don't consider weight like another. So none of this shit matters. Oh, yeah, he gonna be at 140. Look, where the video at, bro? How big did he say he was in his?
And I also beat somebody that people didn't think I was gonna beat. So I think that two fighters that we're the underdogs come and fight each other, and I think we'll do a big fight.
It's huge, man. We gotta talk. You gotta talk to Oscar. I'll talk to my people. You know.
Ryan, would you do a catch weight? Would you fight at 144?
Yeah, I'll do a catch weight.
Okay, so you heard it here first. Ryan's down with the catch weight versus Ryan. Why not just do 147 so you guys can eat? You don't have to cut that much.
Nah. The most I'll do 145.
145. Okay, you heard it here first. Perfect.
Okay, cool. Hey, there it is, guys. You guys heard it here first.
You solid, Rayo.
Hey, but it's different with me though, man. Yeah, I'm like that for real,
how
man.
big this fool is.
I'm a big motherfucker, Ryo.
Hey, we the same size though. I'm not.
I'm big. I'm meaty.
I think he's pushing more weight right now. What are you, 160?
Yeah, probably around there.
I'm like 175
this
right now.
guy's pushing 180.
Well, I'm gonna have to start hitting the weights.
Yeah, asses ain't fighting. I mean, you get what I'm saying? You talking about you 160. If you 160, you probably 160 plus, bro. This dude over here talking about he 180. Y'all asses ain't fighting nobody. But Ryo chilling, man. He done had more conversation with a fight with Ryan right now than Tank. And people think he about to get in there with Tank. He about to, from now to November, he about to just cut the weight, get the game plan down packed. Sell the fight the right. You get what I'm saying? That's why I say I'm just more of a level-headed boxing fan. I'm not all overly emotional complaining. Just got to fight who's available at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? People went and, made moves which left him with less options, obviously. And I don't think everybody was an option or a focus to begin with. So we'll see. I wonder, Lamont Roach, Mark Magsayo. I could see him going crazy about the Mark Magsayo. All that bringing people up stuff, I'm off that. I never really was on it, but I'm off it because I see how quick people don't do their homework. You get what I'm saying? If I hear one more person tell me Joe Cordina never fought at 135, I'm gonna lose my mind. When all you gotta do is go check. All you gotta do. Don't keep saying, yeah, he's never had a fight. Yes, he had, bro. So I mean, I get his weight classes for a reason, but I don't feel like a 130, 135 is a crazy jump. Like some could argue that guy would feel a lot better up there. You know what I'm saying? More filled out, less weight to cut. You get what I'm saying? One less thing to worry about. You never know. It's not a bad thing when a guy moves up in weight. That don't mean he can't win the fight that he's in. Like, you get what I'm saying? Tank is Tank. That's why if Lamont Roach would be in trouble, it won't be because he going from 130 to 135. I'm gonna just put that out there. It'll just because that's he in there with Tank. Simple. But gotta pick who you can pick. Everybody didn't say no. All that other stuff. Like I said, I'm rocking with my sources. They're constantly solid. Only person to this point that said no was Lomachenko. It was nobody else. All that other stuff is garbage. I'm not going for it. I ain't pushing it. No. You know what I'm saying? And then there's still a chance they could fight this dude. And then, I heard some little whispers about it was a money discrepancy or something like that too. Now, I'm not going to push that as an absolute fact because I don't know. I can't validate that. But I was hearing some little rumblings about Loma not being cool with money. And that would be a first. So I got to highlight that right off the rip. Nothing is impossible in boxing, but I hear that was a first. And, people are going to try to paint the narratives however they want. You know, that you don't like a fighter, you gonna push anything that's negative. So
that's just weird of Loma's camp, though, man. Like, what about a
Mhm.
month and a half ago, when he blatantly ducked, talking about I need to spend more time on my family, and then now a month and a half later they want to be like it has to do with money, man. I don't buy shit. Loma was fucking scared to get shit to the damn shit out of her.
And look, check me out. I hear you because it's the timing. So I understand the criticism because the timing couldn't be worse. It's coming off a great performance to win the title. So they're like, "What you mean? Not in the mood? You don't want to fight?" But he was already feeling like that beforehand. So I kind of gave him the benefit of the doubt. And I look at where he at in his career. That's a fight you better make sure you mentally, physically, emotionally are on board for, because it could go wrong for you. So if time is what he really needed, and it's time, like, you know, you see him take some time off and he actually fight Tank next, I'm cool with him taking the time off. But if you took the time and then you come back and fight a lesser guy and never fight him, now I'm looking at you crazy. Like you never wanted to fight him in the beginning. So I got to give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't think you spend this long in boxing being scared of these dudes. But I think he full well understands what the challenge is at this point in his career. I think it's a lot to consider when you fighting Tank. And Dragon Assassin was good, bro. And I don't think, like I said, some people be like, "Oh, he's scared." I look at it like that's a real challenge. He shouldn't even really be at 35, right? But he there, and that's one of the monsters that's there. So it's just some shit to consider. I can see that being a reality. We don't like to hear it because we like, bro, you got an opportunity to make all that money. We thinking like that. But I'm looking at a guy that 400 amateur fights. You know, has some rough fights up as a pro. He done lost a few times. He's a smaller guy competing in a bigger weight class where he really shouldn't be at. You could argue that he should be at 130, but he's hanging around there because he's talented. I just think he got to a point where maybe he do got some things to consider. And all this will go out the window, bro. If he comes back and just, of course, he just fights some lesser guy, then I'll just look at it as what it is. You just didn't want to fight him. But I still want to hold, you know, some reservations and say that maybe he's really getting his mind right. You get what I'm saying? Maybe really getting his mind right. Maybe something didn't go right in negotiations. You just never know. So I'm gonna leave some room. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna go too crazy on him because, like I said, I was hearing that he really didn't duck either. So I'm willing to accept that too, because it's not everything ain't what it seems. And I say YouTube speed and boxing business speed is different. We on warp speed and this, we every day like, well, who's next? You know what I'm saying? Like somebody just get done fighting, we be talking about the next fight. So let alone when we try to figure out an opponent or, you know, ready for an announcement or something like that. So I just don't know, man. We're gonna see, man. I don't think Loma's scared though. I just think that's a real challenge, and you got to be all systems go on that one. You know what I'm saying? Or it could get bad. Got a belt, yeah. Tank can fight at 130 also, yeah. I just think his sweet spot is 135.
It ain't no Gary Russell at no 130. Stop that. Stop that.
You got to take Loma's whole career into account too, man. And I'm talking about going all the way back to the beginning of his amateur career. I'm pretty sure it's been overwhelming at this point. Dude, 30-something years old, been boxing all this damn time. His father took him out of boxing, had him fucking doing ballet, put him back in boxing. He had 400 amateur fights, so they say. Then as a professional, you know what I mean? It's just like, I can only imagine. Like, yo, I'm probably done with it.
I swear I do.
That's what I'm saying.
I
We've heard Andre
part of
Ward
me
say
think
similar. We've heard
Loma
Andre
will
Ward
warm
say
down.
similar things. Like,
Get a little shot warm.
I'm tired of. I'm just tired of preparing. Forget about the fights. Like, I don't even want to get ready for fights. Like,
and he was speaking to that after the Haney situation. Like, yo, I was ready to just, and then his pops come with this, you know what I mean? And I know when it's all you've done, you kind of go back in your head. Like, I ain't saying he one foot in, one foot out, but I could only imagine he know he ain't got years and years left. So that next move got to make it. You got to make that shit count. That might be your last fighting Tank. For real, for real. Are you ready to walk away with that? Like, I'm just, again, I'm trying to give him some type of breathing room because it's a lot of other things that are a lot more logical to me outside of just him being scared, right? I really do think that's a tired man.
Yeah.
Old ass rookie. Remember, I make the joke. I always say that he's an old ass rookie, y'all. 26 years old. Just think about it. Canelo turned pro at 15. Just think about the difference. 26, I believe, his first pro fight. So I think he put some mileage on him. I mean, and it worked wonders. It put him in the position he's in today, to that amateur career. But I think he left a lot there. I really do. He was phenomenal there, but I think he left a lot there. You know what I'm saying? Just what is he, 22, 23 fights and something around there. So I think his ass tired, and I do think that he knows what Tank is. And again, if I'm not motivated all the way, if my mind, like, I don't think his mind was on the next fight the way people think. I think as you get up there, he just wanted to enjoy it. And then they like, oh, Tank fight. He like, Tank. Loma probably over there like, hold on, Tank. Well, bro, did you not see? I took away the jab. He beat Loma. He beat up Cambosis. He probably like, hold on, Tank. Oh,
Right.
hold on, bro. Hold on. Give me time out. Y'all moving too fast, bro. I just won. Yeah, I just performed. He like, hold on. And Tank like, November. Loma like, hold on, man. Hold on. I need a minute.
That's another camp.
I'm gonna holler at y'all in a minute.
That's a whole nother camp that you gotta go through, man. Like, I'm tired just thinking about it, man.
Then y'all want to fight anyway? Go, y'all fight. Loma said, hold on, bro. Not right now. Hold on. Like, give me a second, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, hold me out. Nah, but all jokes aside, I do think he probably wasn't thinking the next fight. Think about how many times, even Canelo to this day, bro, the position he in, he could say who he want. So it's it hit a little different when you ask a person who they want next when they can actually pick them. You get what I'm saying? I don't think, and he'll still be like, well, I ain't thinking about that. I just want to enjoy this win. He'll tell you that. So Loma, he win. He like, damn, he just getting the beat back. He probably enjoyed being called the Matrix again. He like, hold on, bro. He know that shit stopped when you get in there with Tank. He like, he want to be the Matrix for a few more months, man. Y'all gotta chill, bro. Just chill. Let Loma rock, man. Loma like, hold on, bro. I Tank Davis. Then he like, nah, November, bro. Loma, you on the clock. Loma like, hold on, I'm gonna time out, bro. Me sit this one out. See, I'm holler at y'all in a little bit. Nah, I really do though. Cal, all jokes aside, I do think he's a kind of he warm. I think he is, and I think that challenge might be his last. I don't know if he's ready to walk away right now. It's cool when you winning. It's cool when you could say no to Shakur and this Cambosis down the other street for you. You get what I'm saying? And then you walk the street, conquer it, and then over there it's a dark alley, and it's Tank Davis down there. You probably like, yeah, I like it over here for a little while, man. Let me chill. D Free was good with it. So I do think he tired, bro. I think and I hear people saying retired, but that's probably what's going on in his mind. Yeah, I think he might really have one foot out the door. I know the timing sucked, but I try to find other logical reasoning outside of somebody just being scared, right? That dude he gonna get his ass beat, gonna get beat up, right? I ain't about to. I know as much as people would love to think. I don't think people scared to fight Tank. I think you gotta be stupid to be this. I don't train, I don't box, and I ain't scared to fight Tank. And I ain't just saying for the bags that people are getting and walking away with, bro, I'll fight Tank. So just think about it. But I do think he got a lot to consider, and I'm not joking. The wrong kind of loss that could lead to your last fight of your career. Is you ready to walk away right now? Is you ready to fight that dude? Because anything less than Tank in the next fight is going to be clear as day. Everybody gonna be like, you never wanted to fight him. So I hate it. And you at 126, man, that'd be a hell of a fight. I tell you that. His ass get rocked to sleep. Yeah, 619. What it do, my guy? Hey, but that's what I think. Outside of that, I don't really got no real reasons outside of that why he would say not right now. I think he mauling that shit over, unless he just completely said I'm done at it completely, and I don't think it's that. So gotta be a fool. Like I said, up until this point, we haven't heard anybody turn down a Tank opportunity, right? That's why I was like, why are people online? I see Twitter, they be like, nobody want to fight him. Everybody's scared. I'll be like, y'all just create boogeyman. Why he is a monster, but that's also at the same token, that's a boogeyman worth getting in the ring with, bro. Like, I'm sorry, they prize fighters. You think they're so scared to the point where they scared to make money? Think about it way more logically. So that's like saying, so you telling me you in a position to make the most money you ever made and you scared, and this is what you do for a living? It's not really logical, but can think like, man, am I ready to retire? This could be it. This could be it. That dude, he mess around, sleep me or something. What else does I got to prove? I get paid, slept, probably get up. You know what I'm saying? That tank quill hit different.
Yeah, we constantly hear about high risk, low reward.
Mm.
Canelo, Tank, them guys are high risk, high reward. If
Right.
there ever were such a thing.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yo,
So you got
you
to
go sleep in the ring, you wake up at Chase, TD Bank.
You feel me?
I mean, Wells Fargo.
Yeah, ain't nobody that scared. So that's how I look at that. Like, bro,
Cash
you
it
gotta
out.
be an idiot. And that's exactly what I'll be calling Loma if he step in the ring with somebody else outside the tank. Like if you maneuver or sidestep. Now again, there's that you trying to extend the shelf life of your career because that's the only thing it could be. But it's deeper than being scared. But the timing is terrible. Timing is terrible. You want a belt. You ain't just dominate them and just beat them. You actually took a piece of the title, and you will be a unification for that man. So that's why I say I think Loma's been unified before. I think it's one of those situations where people just making it all about money. And he like, I've made money. You act like I ain't made no money. This ain't just about the money. Like, do I actually want to go in there and get my ass beat? Do I want to prepare for this guy? Do I want to get up for him right now? Am I ready to go through another training camp right now and be ready to fight by November? And I think sometimes we feel like once you got a title, like you got to defend it ASAP. And I feel like you just consider where he at. He might be at that point where some time off might do him some good. You know what I'm saying? Not like a crazy layoff, because remember they were saying not right now. Remember it was the end of the year, then it kind of switched from that to all right next year. So you know what I mean? We'll see. But I think he old. I think he old, but not old like you can't perform or somebody's picking on him. He's not no chair, none of that. But I think just he mileage, bro, and I think that's playing a heavy factor in him deciding to sit on the sideline for a while. Shit, he was
His last two fights, man, he was super emotional after them last two fights. Even after Cambosis, he was like crying profusely. Like this dude was like borderline hysterical. I'm like, what the hell is up with him?
Mm-hmm.
And then the fight, of course, with Dev. And I ain't gonna lie, man, that shit tugged at my heartstrings when he talked about, he was more not disappointed, but he cried when his son called him on FaceTime.
Mm-hmm.
So he was still the champ, and
mm-hmm.
I just think emotionally he's probably ready to just walk away from it because once again, it's one thing to perform 36 minutes on the night, but a whole lot goes into that 36 minutes, man. You see the transformation that these guys make. You see them and they outside of the ring and they look a little bit pudgy, got a little bit of weight on them, but then by the time you see them on the scale, come time for the weigh-in, and these guys look sculpted.
Right.
You just got to just think about the amount of work that these guys have to put in just to make weight, and then also the amount of work that these guys have to put in just to make sure they can perform the night of, and then the amount of work that it takes to be victorious or to see the final bell. Like that shit is a whole lot, man, and to do that time and time and time again, and like you just said, on a short turnaround. So when was that fight with Cambosis? It was like May or June or something like that. That you supposed to turn around
April? Or something like that. One of them, May.
And the camp is what, 8 weeks? That's 2 months.
Yeah.
So I just came out of camp,
Yeah.
went into a fight. Now I got to go back into a camp.
And right before that, I was thinking about not doing it. I done got talked into this one. Now y'all talking about Tank Davis. What do you mean, Gervonta Davis? November 2nd? He started looking. He said, "What? Nah, hold on, bro. I'm telling you, like, so it's not what people want to hear, but at the stage of his career, that's why I love to talk to the fighters, bro. I love to hear their perspectives on it. Is that a thing? Do you get to a point in your career where you got to be able to emotionally, mentally, and physically get up for these fights? It's no longer about just the money. Like, yeah, that's gonna always get you out of bed, but when you ain't hurting, I think the way you look at it is a little different, right? I'm not hurting for this opportunity. Like I said, Loma, one thing I've always gotten from him from the very first time I seen him, he's a prideful guy. He gonna run around with his fight. He's a prideful dude. Now I get it, they all obviously doing it for money, but if there was ever a fighter I could look at without really having to understand his language and him having to say much, I feel like he fighting for more than just that. I do. I really do. So I always got that feel. So when he said it, I didn't think it was just the excuse, but I hate the not in the mood line. They could have did without that one. They could have said, "Hey man, he, mentally, he
It could have been phrased a little bit differently, but I think that sometimes we gotta just reason with some of these guys. I mean, most of us we're
Maybe it was
9 to
blunt though.
5.
He
We're
not in the
9 to
mood.
5 is right, and then when we feeling out of it, what do? We call out of work sometimes. Like
Yeah,
today
maybe it was that.
it just ain't the day. Like
Yeah, he did, Cal. I'm mad at him for that, but maybe it was honest though. The not in the mood. Maybe it was blunt. It was blunt, but it was honest. Maybe he really like, bro, Tank Davis, bro. Y'all ain't happy with the cam. I just stopped this dude. Never been stopped. Like, come on, man. Like,
That's
what
a
y'all
great
mean,
point.
Tank Davis, bro? Right now, yeah, I'm telling you, I'm joking, but I'm serious at the same time. He probably like, hold on, give me a minute. But like I said, then there's that little whisper out there about the money. I call that a whisper. That's not something I back as a fact, but I consider anything, and why I say money, even though it would be the first, because how many fights get stopped because of the money? We just seen a unification not take. I don't care what nobody says because of the money. I mean, you seen Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford not happen because of the money. I got off the phone, but I was able to speak with a matchmaker. How he's talked about, being privy to making fights, and what's usually stopping the fights? Money. He's like, hey, money. That's coming up. That's like number one. Like, so when people try to oversell the legacy, make no mistakes, do want their money too. So it's a possibility, but when there's a money issue, that doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be, oh, all right, team tanking them or lowballing, right? Maybe they just asking for more. Maybe they was trying to negotiate. I think sometimes we don't know what a negotiation look like, and then when they're made public, I think this recent one was a good learning lesson if you was taking it all in, right, with the Brian Norman and all that. So we're not privy to how they go. So when we see it, we make it all about somebody being scared. Nah, that's what a negotiation is. Like, that's what I'm able to hear. No, that's how it goes. It's back and forth. It's all right. They say no, you keep trying to work it out. So
right.
Again, that's where I was like, I seen
meet somewhere in the middle.
You know what I'm saying? I seen effort on both sides. I seen some slight miscommunications, but when I look at the whole situation, and never mind trying to form call somebody something, just look at it for what it is. They're negotiating, bro. They're both trying. Nobody walked away like ain't like they was so unrealistic, because if they was, then he could have walked away from the gate. He wouldn't have had this additional. If they was so unrealistic, that's how I know they wasn't. You could say, yeah, maybe they didn't deserve it. Maybe you can make that argument all you want as the promoter. Cool, no argument from me. But don't tell me that they were so unrealistic, because if they was, you wouldn't entertain this shit. You would have said it from gate. Hey, man, y'all way too unrealistic. Y'all want way
that's crazy.
It wasn't that. And I think you got the purse bid situation, and then you got November 8th coming up. You got two situations. One already kind of cutting the deadline on it. So that purse bid came. I think they kind of ran out of time. They looked like they had intent on trying to make a fight. I just don't think people could see it that far, because we got too wrapped up in the money and what we feel like people should take. And that's always a sticky, that's a slippery slope. I can't tell you what you feel like.
To point out something you said a few minutes ago, Justin, I think that this is another thing that we could kind of build on. The overselling of the legacy. I think a lot of times us as fans, we prioritize that above everything else. So we always say, you're supposed to just take that if you feel like you can beat them. There is no room for negotiation in the minds of many of us as fans. Like, there's no room for that. You shouldn't come to the table with a number that you want to reach or that you want to walk away with. It's, hey, if you think you could beat this guy, or if you feel like you're better than him, or if you want to be unified, if you want to be this, you want to be that, you're supposed to just take whatever they throw at you, no questions asked. There's no refuting it whatsoever. Just take whatever. And that's it. And life just don't work that way, man. Especially when you're somebody who's in business for yourself, because for the most part, these guys, yeah, they work with promotional companies, but these dudes are independent contractors. They sign with a promotional entity for a certain amount of time, whether it be time or a certain amount of fights, and then that's it. Then they gotta These dudes don't have lifetime contracts with these promotional companies most of the time, so they gotta try to negotiate what they can get, and then also it gotta make sense for everybody else, and then it also has to make sense in terms of building out the card. So
And then it's just so much shit to consider, and I think I'm always so much more open to it because I consider myself a student. Most people feel like they go into these situations. I know, so when they feel like you feel like you can have the judgments immediately. Oh, nah, this is that. Nah, I really was trying to hear them out, and I ain't get no duck from either side. Not that. That's not duck energy. Negotiating is not duck. People not thinking about what they're saying. That's not duck energy. Trying to get something be worth is not just duck energy. Asking for something that you know you don't deserve. Think about it. Y'all telling where are we at? People made more new noise off of what Brian Norman and them was seeking out than the fact that Canelo Alvarez threw out crazy price points of 150 and 200 million for a fight. Fighting somebody that he should fight. You get what I'm saying? Here they are, you know what I'm saying, way more on the side of being realistic, and people like, ducks, nah, y'all ain't worth that, nah. But then there's something else to consider. Are they paying Boots too much? Because I know that's your guy, and y'all would be the one. I get that, but that's something to consider too. Is the reason you don't have that available funds for them, or you unwilling, is because what you are paying your guy. You get what I'm saying? Because we would, you fresh off what 3.3 and some change. Now they thinking 4, maybe 5. So maybe you just was getting such a large piece of the pie that leaves them with less wiggle room. Who knows? But again, I've seen guys wanting to work it out, and I feel like sometimes going public, it could be good and bad, but it's all depending on who ears is hitting. Are you trying to understand how shit go, or do you come into this like, yeah, I already know how business? Because most people that have an opinion haven't made one single fight. So you can't sit here and tell me you know better than the people that's facilitating it. You get what I'm trying to say? And I was getting a lot of that from people acting like they know. Nah, duck this. You want to sound like you know, or talk like you know, just so you can push that narrative. Nah, that's not duck energy. Why are we doing that to fighters that ain't showed you that they scared of shit? Neither guy said no. That's their teams hashing it out. We gonna place blame. Say his team messed up. Then they messed up a bag for him. But I don't want to hear this duck shit because it didn't come from the fighter. Well, nah, he didn't. No, they work for him, bro. He ain't got nothing. He don't have to work out their numbers. This is why he paid them, so they can handle that headache. If he's gonna go in there and do that shit himself, then why is Adrian Clark in place? You get what I'm saying? So again, I never got that from neither fighter. Them dudes want to fight. Boots tired of this shit. He ready for the smoke. And Brian Norman is like, bro, I'm here. I'll fight any one of y'all. You put a contract.
That is another point too, Jess. What you just said, Adrian Clark, not just him, but all of these other managers, agents, whomever else. Of course, they would want their client to get the top dollar because that means more money for them. So why the hell wouldn't they try to negotiate to get the most possible? And Teach, I would never say that there's nobody who's pricing themselves out. I'm sure that it happens, right? But my thing is, I just think that oftentimes the conversation could be a little bit more nuanced than just running straight to just labeling somebody a duck. That's my thing. It's like, let's try to find some sort of reason.
I heard that somewhere about this 50-50 stuff, but I didn't hear enough of that in the conversation from the teams. I heard this like as an afterthought about that 50-50. I have heard that, Aisha, but I still think that's like, I don't know, because I never, from when hearing them go back and forth, I never heard that as a suggestion on either side. I never heard either side suggest, all right, well, 50-50, because I'm like 50-50. That what? That's got to be, what is that better? That would probably be better than what y'all asking for then, right? 50-50 got to be more than $2 million that y'all was asking for. Boots ain't, think about it. Half of, you get what I'm saying? You're gonna split it, I'm thinking. So I don't know. I heard that a couple times, but I've never heard it from either Eddie saying, yeah, we was gonna do 50-50, because I'm like, what? That sound like, then hell yeah, why wouldn't y'all take it? What would be y'all reason for saying no? But we know the difference was the money. So I don't know. I don't know. I think that's more than bull BSing. I just don't know where they said that at, or where I don't know. But I believe in them fighters though. I believe that they'll fight each other, man. I feel like business gotta make sense for them, man. He said it came from Eddie. He said the final offer was 50-50. I think Eddie full of shit, man. With that. I do, man. Pardon me. I gotta go back. Maybe I missed it, Queen. I gotta go back and see, but I just definitely missed where he said it was 50-50 because I don't see the reason for saying no to that. Like would Josh splitting 50-50 put you under the number you asking for, right? Do I got the numbers wrong or right? I don't see how that would. That's a hell yeah. Like at that point, bro, you say no, then I ain't defending you. Like what? Hold on. So you telling me the champ about to split 50-50 with you and y'all said, nah, we want something. You get what I'm trying to say? At 50-50, what more could you say you want? So now you want more than you. So if 50-50 is not enough, you saying you want more than the champ? There's no way I could. That don't even make sense. It don't make sense. I'm really trying to wrap my head around that. If y'all 50-50 is not good, what the hell would be 55-45 and your fate? You get what I'm trying? Nah. Now you talking stupid. So that's just
now that's different. That's different.
That's weird.
That's different.
You get what I'm saying? I missed that. I must have missed it because I trust her. She catch everything. I must have missed that part when he said that. Man, I missed it. But that makes it different though. That's totally different, but still a missed opportunity. But like I said, it's gonna suck more for Boots. Even if Brian Norman lose, shit, he still got to do what he got to do on his side. It sucks in different ways. You know what I'm saying? Say it was pretty much 50. Oh yeah. Oh, okay, I got you. You know what that means, Aisha. You know what that means. Oh, they use that language once pretty much. Nah, ain't not hell nah. Well, I appreciate you. She be on it, but yeah, that's probably why. Okay, because you get what I'm saying. 50-50 would put them at a better number than what they were asking for. They were never asking for 50-50. So if 2 million was too much, you 50-50 is giving them. Do I have this wrong? Am I crazy? Am I hearing it wrong? Like that's more than what they asking for, and they said no because it was at home. Like that. Nah, I don't see that's foolish. Yeah, Eddie, man, Eddie, I'm gonna kick Eddie ass, man. Eddie, we watching you, Eddie. We watching you, man. We watching. I should have came when I seen him in Philly. I should have made my way down there and said, "What's up, Daddy?" I really should have. I promise you, the next time I have an opportunity, I will. I had a pretty much straight little beeline. I could have zigzagged my way down there. I seen Edward down there talking to Shaq. You know what I mean? But yeah, that situation is very interesting, though, man, for them both. But man, I think it was insightful for what it's worth, though. You know what I mean? To see that's how that shit go. It could be Tim Layton was good with it, bro. That shit could be taxing. William Old School, my brother. Peace. Oh, you said before the stay safe over there, bro. You already know, man. Fight only had a certain budget, possibly that more than first fight at Wells Fargo for whatever reasons. Right, that would have been a little crazy because that would have been like them getting more than what they asked for. I would think that's what 50-50 put them at, and that sounded unreasonable. That you get what I'm saying? I feel like what they were asking for versus what he was getting wasn't that situation. That would have put him in a much different bracket, I guess. So I don't know. So that's interesting though. But it's like I just try to consider everything, right? On one end though, they'll tell you though, Eddie don't never make these fights happen. And in this one, it's like, oh, but in this one, it was Brian Norman Duck. Nah. What about the fact that you said he don't be pulling the trigger on these fights anyway? Could this be more indication of that? Could it be more the track record of that? And then you got two other champions as well. And then you got that Charles Conwell that he confirmed it was a low ball 6-figure offer. So you can make 2 times as much with Virgil Ortiz. Think about it. 2 times as much, period. Just think of the very low end of 6 figures. 100,000. Say it's 2 times as much as you already like. Think about that, and you just was putting out 7-figure deals. So it also makes me look at Eddie, and it just concerns me. I'm not pointing the finger just yet. I ain't got enough, I ain't got enough. But it's just something to think about. And then you really watch him, and you see this talent that he got, and you wonder if this is the beginning of things to come, or it just was a shaky start and shit just gonna get better. We'll see. But I'm paying attention closely to see how he able to finesse it. Because like I said, I know this shit can't be easy. You know what I'm saying? I know you don't control everything. It's so much shit that's out of your control in boxing. You know what I'm saying? People got to want to fight, get in the ring. Guys got to want to work with you. The shit got to make sense. People got to be available. Shit is crazy, man.
Yep.
A
lot of moving parts. A lot of moving parts.
Right. Right.
And who's to say that, you know, they don't double back and make this fight happen eventually? Hopefully both of them guys, they win their next fights. And then they can resume talks. Maybe work things out, sort things out. Who the hell knows? But either way, I'll say this personally. If the fight doesn't happen, cool. It wouldn't be the first fight that didn't take place in boxing. And then prior to this whole situation that took place, it didn't really seem like there were many people clamoring for this. This wasn't a matchup that I heard people saying like, "Yo, man, we got to see Boots versus Brian Norman." Like, this ain't a damn Spence Crawford, or even where things are going right now with Shakur and Tank. This is just another fight. But now with this whole debacle, so who knows? If they fight, I'm tuning in. If they don't fight, I'll be watching somebody else fight. That's it. That's all I can say on that. I'd like to see him fight Charles Conwell, though.
I don't know. It had came from his coach and Charles Conwell, Cal, and you know, Ohio Runs Boxing had reported that. I tried to ask him directly, but I ain't getting no answer. But I mean, him and his coach said it, so I wonder. It's out there, so unless Eddie Hearn is able to come back and shoot it down, he's been shooting down everything else, right? I'm busy, my guy. What's good with it, bro?
That would be a hell of a first fight at 54, though. Charles Conwell, man, if they did that. Respect to Team Ennis. I like Charles Conwell. Big man, what's going on?
Say it again. Say hey. Say hi. Say what's up, Ed?
What's up, bro? What's up, man?
He said hi. Hey. I was on mute though. You couldn't hear him.
Did he duck or not, man? Let me know, baby. Did he duck or no?
So you gotta
Or was
protect
he just
yourself
trying
at
to
all times,
negotiate?
baby dude.
Or was he just trying to negotiate?
You silly. He's silly, man. Shout out to my guy, Busy. I just wanted to boost. Me too, Aisha. I hate it for boxing because it's when you got two willing fighters like Brian Norman. And like I said, imagine thinking a guy is scared to fight another guy that when he went and first got smoked with him, dude, you know, worked him over. Dude shot his low tie. He said, Boots, putting hands on him. The guy continued to go back multiple times over, and the sparring continued to get more competitive. And, you know, I started to hear some different rumblings. So just imagine that. Think about that mentality. If you shook or you scary or your heart ain't like that, when somebody put hands on you, especially like a Boots, I play a video right now that I made where Greg Hackett say how he was sending grown men out the gym, going home crying, coming back with the dry tears on their face because they crying this dude beating their asses in sparring. You know what I'm saying? So he beats up a young teenage Brian Norman. He proceeds to go back to Philly multiple times over to get that smoke. And then they get in a situation where they actually could fight. And the first thing, when the money don't get lined up, they're like, Brian Norman's Jr.'s a duck. Now, be specific. Say his management messed up the opportunity, man. I'm not letting y'all put no duck jacket on him. I ain't hear him say he wouldn't fight for no amount of money. You get what I'm saying? He talking his talk. You get what I'm saying? Brian Norman ready to fight. He like, just like Boot says, they don't crunch the numbers. And I said that all the time. What's up? You want to come back? Come here. Crazy self. Say, what's up, y'all? Say, peace. Say, hey, y'all. Say, Jackson, you ain't got no, where your shirt at? Why you ain't got no shirt on? Where's your shirt? All right, y'all. Let me get him back because he's gonna have me all on point. All
Yeah,
right,
asking for the keys to the car.
man. He crazy, he's silly, man. He'd be happy when he ain't crying. Shout out to Don't Mess with Texas. Claymore here. Shout his little, you know, the pause community is in the building. Hold on, Tom Does you gonna wake up one day. Yeah, have a deep voice asking for the keys to the car real quick. Yeah, his little ass, he wanna do everything. He be over here thinking he could talk, man. But yeah, man, that's definitely a missed opportunity. But Brian Norman Jr. is a guy that's about to smoke, and that's what I expected fans to be able to separate the business that their teams are both doing, and then separate that from the fighters. They're not in that part. That's not what they do. You know what I'm saying? They just here to say, "Oh, all right, you got me some food. All right, how much I'm getting paid? Where we at? All right, all right, cool." It ain't for them to say, "Oh, well, 1 point this." That was for them to work out. You know what I'm saying? So I know Brian Norman would have got that smoke at any given point, and that's same with Boots, but. Hopefully they revisit it. Like I said, man, some talented dudes, but it sucked more for Boots because he had a different stage and he need that smoke. You know what I'm saying? But I was hearing that he possibly could fight in Germany, and that's a joke. See what I'm saying? So not only do you not secure no unification, you got your man fighting in Germany. So look, it's not all of your fault. It's not about blaming Eddie Hearn. It's some things that's out of his control as a promoter too, right? But at the end, it's going to read what? You weren't able to secure any unifications for your fighter, and you got him fighting in Germany as the champion. With a 65-35 split, a $2 million pot that's pretty much what one of the opponents was asking for to get paid. So it stinks. So now it ain't about blaming Eddie, but it's like he can't look at this situation and feel like he doing, I mean, maybe he feel like he doing his best, but he can't say that it's the way it need to be over there, right? You need to do better than what's going on right now. You know what I'm saying? Oh, always, man, for sure. Clay
It's looking like Showtime all over again, ain't it?
For a few more minutes. Why not?
Looking like Showtime all over again.
Mm-hmm.
They can't get the big fights.
Right. Yeah, you know it. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Let me play the raffle one more time. And again, appreciate everybody that's in the raffle, that's joining the raffle, man. Come rock out with us. Like I said, get y'all a chance to win 3 different prizes from the Kenichi Bear headphones, the air fryer, or the color iPad that we got going on. Shout out to the JBT fam. Y'all smash the like button. We're gonna keep cooking for a minute. Claymore, you can slide on up, bro. It's all good.
It's time for another raffle brought to you by the JBT. Our first item is a new 10th generation iPad with a liquid retina display which shows off beautiful color and has plenty of power for all your handheld computing needs. Great for work, play, or just movies on the go. How much is it to enter, you ask? Just $10. Or you can catch the deal with 3 entries for just $25. It's easy to enter. Just cash app your entries to $JBT Network 1. That's $JBT Network 1. Our second item is a set of Kenichi Bear Bluetooth noise canceling headphones. Great for gaming, movies, or travel. As the second prize in this great raffle. Our third item is a Ninja brand air fryer. Great for all your air frying needs. Cooking healthy with the JBT. So send your entries via Cash App to JBT Network 1. That's JBT Network 1. $10 each or 3 for $25. Put raffle on the comment line and you are entered.
Shout out to my guy, Big Dre. Salute to everybody that's in the raffle. Good luck, man. Because I want some headphones myself. Oh, my bad. My bad. Pardon me, Claymore. Shout out to Melanie Queen. Yeah, little Rockhead. He in the back wreaking havoc. Trying to eat everything. So pay to better get his mind right for February. Yeah. He tried to pull a fast one. His team I seen doing some damage control, trying to say they ain't want no tune up. Shakur went another way. I say, yeah, that's cute, funny. The hell out of here, man. I knew about that fight. The minute he hit training camp, I knew what fight he was hitting training camp for, and I knew exactly what happened. He sidestepped, said some shit about his baby. But, you know, you got Karen. Karen had a baby, and he want to fight Boots. So I think he used that as a convenience. If you look at Tevin Farmer and what he bring, maybe they use that as preparation for that fight. But if he don't fight him in the next fight, I don't the hell what is it paid? I think he's just gonna keep padding that record. He said he claiming the headphones. Some headphones is a good is a good gift. Claymore, what's good with it, bro?
I'm doing good, family. How you doing?
I'm all good.
Salute, Ant. How you, family? Hope everything's good. I seen you had the young bull in there.
Chilling,
you know what
man.
I mean? The young bull up in there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we got another. But listen, man, they everywhere. They hard. There you go. There he is. Salute. Yeah, I came in late. I've been running around today, and I saw you guys were politicking over this Brian Norman and Boots, and I know the space seems real. I mean, look, everybody's upset. Everybody wanted to see that fight, right? Like, I wanted to see that fight. I wanted to see it for Boots more than anything. I don't know about everybody else, but it's like you just want to see Boots get a break at this point. Like, come on, man. Let's just see something smooth unroll for him because we know he has so much that he's going to bring out that he hasn't even shown us yet. We want to get challenged. And Eddie Hearn, of course, has got the task of doing what it seems nobody has been able to do for Boots. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, this is not a new problem that Eddie Hearn just kind of like made for Boots. It seems like nobody seems to have the combination of you know what I mean, resolve ingredients to put into the pot to fix the situation. Boots is a scary dude, bro. You know what I mean? I don't know what it's gonna look for him at 154. I could say that even with the Brian Norman situation, it was crazy. It was crazy for me to process the idea that 1.75 million wasn't gonna cut it. It wasn't enough to get this, you know, when you look at what he made prior. But like Brian Norman said, at the end of the day, he's a champion now. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things were taken into consideration with the money they wanted, the last minute replacement almost, you know, like the fact that nobody else wanted to give him the fight that he had ahead of him with Karen. They knew he was in a hard spot. They were capitalizing and negotiating based off of what's in front of them. And you can't fault nobody when it comes to people getting their money. You know, as us being content creators or fans of boxing, it's kind of like we can have our little opinions on it, but we know at the end of the day, can't nobody tell us how to play with our money and how to get our money. We kind of got to stay out the way until the fight actually gets made, and that's when we get to build on what, you know what I'm saying, on what's in front of us. So very rarely are these fighters scared of each other. They don't get to this point in their career to become champions. They know what's ahead of them. They know they're going to meet some scary dudes on the path to greatness. So I don't like throwing the duck word around so loosely. I think today the word duck gets thrown for anything. You just put it on top of somebody's head because they're not doing what you want them to do, right? They're not moving how you want them to move. So you try to get them to do that by insulting them or throwing shots at them and saying, we're looking at you like you soft. Oh, you looking at me, I'm soft. All right, well, you know what? I'm going to take that 1.75 because the fans think no, that's not going to happen. But the pros to this situation is they've built a lot of steam behind the fight. A lot of people are talking about it like we are right here, like we're doing right now, right? The fight has a lot more attention, has a lot more demand than it did before this whole situation came together. So we don't know what that looks like after Boots handles his business as far as making a decision if he's going to stay at 147 and defend that IBF belt or if he's going to go to 154. And we don't know. We got to wait to see what Brian Norman does with his opponent on November 8th as well. After that, maybe they might revisit it. Maybe we might get a unification just off the steam of this. Maybe this brings more money to the table and makes it make more sense for everybody involved in it. But patience is a virtue, man. But like Ant McQueen said, there's gonna be some other fights going on too. So we're gonna watch those fights. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna build on those fights and we're gonna see what those two guys do. We're gonna see what Eddie Hearn does as well, because you got, like I said the last time I was on here, you got to believe that Eddie Hearn and Boots' team have had a long conversation about this and the possibilities of these situations coming up, because Boots has already been going through this, right? So there had to be some like, yo, you already know it's an uphill battle. You already, nobody wants to give us a smoke. Nobody wants to give us an opportunity. How do you plan on attacking this? And Eddie had to have some sort of game plan on how he planned on doing that. Is it effective at this point from the outside looking in? From the outside looking in, it don't look like an effective game plan. I ain't gonna lie to you. But is the game plan working? Only they could tell us, because if they already anticipated this and they plan on moving to 154, or they plan on approaching this in a different way, we don't know. I'm always going to say that I think Karen threw the curveball. I think the IBF threw the curveball. I think they're the ones where this whole thing kind of like, what? They put the pressure on Boots to kind of do something, and I don't think anybody saw that Karen fight coming up. Even though in the rankings you kind of could see it coming up, but I didn't see the IBF enforcing a mandatory the way they did.
Karen got beat by Boots and went on a win streak. Right. Get my get back. Y'all ain't seen the last of me.
No, he ain't
Yo, speaking of that, do y'all think there's a chance that Karen could come back, man, with a revised game plan and possibly make things more competitive? Because he's had the experience with him the first time, so he knows what the power is like. He knows what the speed is like, so on and so forth. And maybe he can put forth a more valiant effort in the rematch. Who knows? That could potentially be a really good fight. I'm not saying that's how it's gonna happen, but it's always within the realm of possibility.
Well, look,
I don't know how probable
he would.
I would hope he would. I know who want to fight Boots, man. I know who want to fight
Boots. Where you at? Hearn, where you at? Where you at, Eddie? Where you at, Eddie? It's time to get it. I'm tired of fakers. I'm tired of fakers. Boxing, stand up. Flair to Flair, the most exciting man in boxing. Woo!
And he grew on me in a weird way, because it's like he just funny. It's at the point where, all right, it's cool. Talk your shit, Blair. I get it, bro. I get it. Sell your side. I can't.
You messing with that fight, just do though? You messing with the fight though? As far as just on the level of the fight,
him and Blair.
Yeah,
I'll watch it. Yeah, I'll watch it.
I think I like it too. I don't mind it. Both from Philly.
He beat Rocha. I mean, no, he got who he beat. He beat Hooker. He got the Hooker win. He got the win over AB. AB, my guy. I say after that, yeah, why not?
I say let's do it.
Breathe that. I feel you, Cal. I think they was trying to leverage the fact that and this is just me, my thinking, maybe that Boots needed that belt too, because reason why I say that, you heard how vocal his pops was about him never being undisputed. You don't say that with no thought process behind it. You put some thought into this, and you had time to sit down and think like, man, we got a belt. They need this shit. Look, he said he was saying the same shit I was saying. Boots 27, my son 23. He like, in their mind, I think that was playing in their mind. They like, man, we could leverage this belt. And maybe it's a missed opportunity in the end, but I can't say, oh, duck, because they was trying to leverage it. Man, if you being honest, I would have did the same thing. Boots, you need this, man. You know you need this belt. Come on, man. Come on, let's make this fight, man. Come on, Eddie.
You about to fight Karen again, bro. They about to have you fighting Karen again. Stop playing with me. You about to fight Karen. You know what that is.
I'd have hit Boots directly, man. I'd have been on this line. Like, come on, man. Come on, Jerron. You know what I'm saying? Jaren, what they be calling him? Jaren Ennis. Jaren.
Yeah, Jaren.
I'd be like, come on, Boots. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Let's get this money, man. They trying to have you over there in Germany fighting Karen again. You know he ain't going to want to fight. They trying to have me fighting Derek. Derek could chill for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Let's get this. I'm telling you, if we need more Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford interactions, man. Get that man number. You know what I'm saying? How Tank, Tank ain't really give Ryan his number. He curved him. I still think he gave him the Chinese store restaurant to somewhere in Baltimore. Ryan called that number. It was a Chinese restaurant. I said, this ain't Tank number. But you need more fighters to get on the phone and be willing to talk, because I think some things could be hashed out.
Can I ask you something? Just do in the panel as well.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think of the game plan of? I think to get in the Boots Ennis business, it just looks like you have to be ready to overpay to get the fights that he needs. That's what it looks like has to happen. But what goes with overpay? That means profits, right? You have to almost be ready to lose some to get some. You got to be looking to put money in, like almost like a torn down real estate project. You got to be ready to throw some money in, not recoup it immediately, but have faith you recoup it in the years to come, right? Potentially. That's what it looks like with Boots Ennis. It looks like the matchmaking wasn't done right for him. The promotion wasn't done right for him. So he got real nice, but the market value didn't follow up with you know what I'm saying, how nice he got. So Eddie Hearn or whoever decides to work with Boots is going to have to probably overpay and risk losing money. Eddie Hearn clearly looks like he's not ready to lose money right now. It looks like he's lost a lot of money, to be honest with you. It looks like the Devin Haney business ain't treating him right. It looks like other businesses that ain't treating him right. And it looks like this year he's focused on that ROI. Can he build Boots back up where he needs to be built in a 3 to 4 fight deal, and at the same time have a plan on recouping what he spent on Boots Ennis in a 3 to 4 fight deal? And I guess what I'm saying is, does Boots' deal need to be revisited by the Ennis team and Eddie Hearn, so that it makes sense for Eddie Hearn to lose early to get something later, sort of like an Anthony Joshua situation with Eddie Hearn, right? Like Eddie Hearn is willing to sit back when Anthony lose money, do little shows, get him together, because me and Anthony for life, right? We good. I know we gonna get it up down the road. Does that work for Boots to be in a 3 to 4 fight deal with somebody like Eddie Hearn and expect Eddie Hearn to foot the bill for all his most expensive fights, knowing that at the end of the deal, Boots may go to PBC, leave Eddie Hearn, go in a different direction, and once again, Eddie Hearn has to speak to his match room consultants and the zone consultants and explain to them why we in the hole. What the hell was you thinking? We should have been making money with that guy from the jump. We shouldn't have been putting all that into him this early in the game.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point, because in no way, shape, or form am I trying to tell you gotta lose money, you gotta overpay, but is it almost that's where you at? Like, I asked the question, like, what options are you left with at this point? What? Because like I don't need to know all y'all business. I don't care about y'all money, but I really want to know what options do you have? Is it overpay these dudes, or is just like take them on a Euro tour? Like, you get what I'm saying? It's tough. And I don't know. Again, I see, somebody else brought up the 50-50. Aisha did. I just didn't hear that being much of a focal point when it was in the thick of it. I wasn't hearing that, because I would have thought that would have been like all systems go. Wouldn't that have been what he was asking for and then some? That's what I'm saying. I think that's sound like one of them save face moves. And why I say that, remember, Eddie Hearn told him he turned this shit down before they did. They was trying to negotiate. Remember, they told his pops, well, we didn't know you sent the counter offer, but y'all, if you didn't know that, but you knew he turned it down, but they sent the that it's already you shaky, because you doing shit you ain't got to do. Just let it happen. And you was already too willing, it seemed like, to tell your fighter, look, hey, nobody want to fight you. In reality, and then you sent 2 more contracts to that one of the guys that you claimed turned them down. So it didn't make a lot of sense. I thought that was intent a little bit. So I don't know. I don't think just because I think Adrian Clark is doing his job, man. That's what people are not considering. Like, again, time will tell if it was a bad move. You know, you can't say if their whole principle was getting what they was worth. You know, it's tough.
Tim Bradley said a little bit earlier, a couple of days ago, talking about they're taking a big risk and they're betting on themselves as far as the Normans, right? Like, they're betting on their career becoming way better, and then looking at this 1.7 million as this is just the tip of the iceberg. We can get way more. We plan on doing so much more in the sport that we're going to build our value up and make that 1.7 look insignificant. I tend to agree with Tim Bradley's point of view as far as that is a chance you're taking, because this is definitely 1.75 million. A lot of people ain't seeing those type of offers right now. You know what I mean? And if you're passing up on this, that means you must have intention on seeing better down the line. Is this just a case of both these guys being in two different, once again, and Boots is getting cursed with this, right? Because when it came to the Terrence Crawford conversation, what came up? Listen, 2 eras passing each other by. Terrence is in another chapter in his career. Boots is in one chapter in his career, and it's just unfortunate for Boots. Right? And now it seems like on the opposite side of the direction, 2 eras passing each other by. Brian Norman Jr., this young guy who's just starting his career, who doesn't have the pressure to unify and prove a bunch of stuff with the boogeyman of the division, and Boots Ennis, who's at the end of his chapters in that 147 division, really looks like any given Sunday we can see him going to 154, not just because of the way the division is treating him, but he's also a big guy. He got a big frame. He looks like after a while, you know, I don't know how long it's going to take, but like I mentioned, I think last time I was on here, the last weight cut I saw him at, I began to notice the weight cut things. I started to see the cheekbones. I started to see things where I'm like, oh, look, he's okay. You know what I mean? So he has a little bit of pressure on him to barbecue a mildew, right? In this division right now, to make something happen, be purposeful in this division. I'm in this division with purpose, understanding the assignment, which is to unify. If I can't achieve that assignment, then I need to start making other decisions. Of course, an Adrian Clark is going to take this into consideration, right? When he's putting out an offer to a Boots Ennis, he's going to take all of this into consideration. He's going to say, listen, this dude got to go soon. The other two guys turned him down already. Mario Barrios and Stanionis have gone on record to turn him down already. On the table for him is Karen. He's already got a building booked in Philadelphia. They need a fight that makes sense for the fan base. I think all that has to be taken into consideration. The offer. Any of us would take that into consideration and be like, we can make some money here. And at the same time, knowing that you already have a fight scheduled. I don't even need this. I'm good for November 8th already. Whatever you may think about how much money he's getting paid, you guys he's already
mixing situations in together. Like one ain't got nothing to do with the other. You know you needed this damn belt. The problem is to be 100. Y'all treated it like y'all didn't need the opportunity too, and y'all selling point was that we being unreasonable or asking for too much. And again, was it too made for TV? You got to think. Was you listening to what Adrian Clark said? His position was to get his man the most money possible. If he felt like that he was being undervalued in any way, shape, or form, y'all got to understand that what y'all feel and what he feel is different. He in the business. He telling you, look, we know we can make money. If not, then we can go our route and we'll be cool picking up this many thousand, couple thousand over here, few thousand over here. And you get what I'm saying? When it's all said and done, we're going to make more money than that. So that's another way. That's the way they looked at it. I don't think he wasn't doing his job. I think he was doing it. I think he was doing his job, bro. It's tough to tell somebody because you didn't do what I said do at home, you not doing your job. And he got experience in there. We talking about people that have no experience facilitating, no negotiations and no fights. Who are we to tell this person he not doing his job? Like, you got to have more experience than him in that field to say that. You get what I'm saying? And like I said, not that one matchmaker speaks for everybody, but the one I got a chance to speak with, he was saying the guy ain't doing nothing wrong. He's not. That's what happens in negotiations. That's what it is. Guys gonna try to get their money. It's about that bread. So they ain't did nothing wrong. You know what I'm saying? And again, as long as the fighter is happy, you feel like his man did his job. Shout out to Don't Mess with Texas. Peace, bro. Do you feel like his man? I ain't mad at him, Terrell Cameron, what's good with it, bro? So it's tough. Like, yeah, I think he doing his job. Again, ain't nobody unhappy. You don't hear Brian Norman complaining. And again, we can't say a fighter wants to hold on to the O. The fighter has nothing to do with the negotiations. You get what I'm saying? You don't hear Brian Norman like, yeah, I need this or I ain't fight. He ain't even want the numbers to come out. It's a lot that his pops was saying I don't think people was listening to. He would have rather not even been the focal point. Because once people start knowing too much, then they start forming too much of an opinion. And even though we know a lot, we just don't know everything. But we'll speak like we do. Oh, well, they should have did this. And that's why he didn't want the numbers to come out. Now we talking about what he made last time as opposed to this time. Them two things don't have shit to do with the other, man. So
100%, just
them people did their job, man.
Gospel.
I say Adrian Clark, I think he did his job. People we get to a point in boxing where we feel like we can tell somebody what's best for them. None of the experience that those said individuals have in that field. Like, this is what blows my mind. Like, it blows me. It'd be somebody that really makes fights and somebody that just enjoyed it. If I'm a junkie, I like to watch it, but I ain't facilitating fights, so I'm not going to talk like I got all the answers. Like, I just can't tell a man he's wrong for doing what his job entails, is to put his client in the best position possible. He had an argument. I think it just comes down with, if you feel like he was being unreasonable, you can say that. You can say maybe, but you can't say he wasn't doing his job. He was doing his job, but sometimes that's how it's going to be. And you got to think, man, this won't be the first time negotiations fell apart. This won't be the last time.
It won't be the last.
We're going to frame every fighter. If negotiations fall out, we're just going to be like, oh, whoever, didn't get their way. Oh, that's the duck. Like, it just don't make sense. Where are you hearing this energy from Brian Norman saying he won't fight a guy that worked him over when he first sparred him and he continued to go and get the work from him? That's not a guy that's scared, bro. That's not a guy that's scared. And it's sparring, but you got stories of grown men getting their asses beat, going home crying, coming back, tears in their eye, and you got a young teenage guy willing to give you work. You got off on him the first time, and then he continues to come back. First thing we do when a fight don't work out, it's Brian Norman's duck. Yeah, well, based off what? This duck shit is outrageous for boxing, man.
And isn't that like maybe the most insulting thing?
To make sense for fights to be made.
Isn't that potentially the most insulting thing?
If he felt like his client going in there for less than he worth, how is that good business? We just heard Frank Martin say he wouldn't take the Shakur fight because he's not gonna go into no fight worried about what he getting paid, with that being on his mind. People was cool with that shit. Similar, it's very similar. It's about the dollar. I ain't getting what I feel like I'm worth, and I felt like he was entitled to do that. Get what you worth, bro. Don't, because if you don't set your worth, man, they set it for you. Then maybe that set a bad precedent down the line, bro, and you just get treated a certain way. That's something that Adrian Clark mentioned too. You don't telling people your worth now, they gonna tell you what your worth is. So I don't know, man. I'm just not mad at that. I'm not mad at it, man. I like the fact that I was able to hear and see the sides kind of go back and forth and just pick up some game from it instead of just looking at somebody like they ain't want to fight. Because again, that's a lot of energy to be fronting in. I'm gonna do a whole live on this one day. Depending on how I feel, I'll come back and do it. A clout chasing is dead in boxing. That is
where the bomb at?
It's the most overused shit ever. I hate it, bro. People act like just the bare mention of a fighter's name online can actually do something for another guy. That it can't do shit for you. You talking about fighters clout chasing each other? I just don't believe in the clout chasing word no more. They misused it to the point where you can't even you're not even allowed to do business without somebody framing you as a duck. You seeing guys literally negotiate. They showing all intent. They publicly giving us, you got this dude bouncing the platform to platform, trying to be transparent with everybody just for them to call him a duck. When you got one guy, if you really been 100, if you was listening with no judgment, listening to both sides, they both made a case, but one guy was more consistent than the other. The promoter was selling a little bit of that promoter bullshit, and I'm just calling it what it is. Yeah, you might think the Pops you don't like what he was saying or his stance, but he was very transparent with the people. You had some inconsistencies on that other side with, me wondering if you are cool with people are not fighting your guy. Because you went and told him this shit immediately, like, yeah, man, nobody trying to fight you, bro. Karen. Like Karen in Germany, that's where we at, bro. Or is it Karen in Philly at the time? But I just don't know. Kello was good with it, bro. So I don't know. D-Free was good, bro.
Was good. Now I hear y'all up here cooking. The only problem I had with the whole situation is I think Eddie Hearn never had intentions on making the fight, because if you listen to Brian Norman, he talked to Bozy, and they was already in motion to fight the IBF mandatory. They already knew that first bid was coming up, and then shout out to my man BFTV. He pulled up the IBF rules. Once the first bid was dated, they can't do another fight. That first bid got to go through. So that fight couldn't happen at all. So I think Eddie Hearn was just trying to use that to boost up the Boots fight, because they already knew that nobody really wanted to see the Kern versus Boots again, because Boots already washed them 12-0. And I think he was trying to use that to put some buzz around Boots' name before he goes into this fight with Kern. Mm-hmm. I also think that Eddie Hearn didn't bid on that fight because he knew he was going to lose money, because we already know that that's not a big fight. Nobody wants to see it. So he already knows that he got to pay Boots $3 million. If he bids on that fight and that fight doesn't make money, he still got to give Boots $3 million. So by somebody else winning that first bid, he don't have to give Boots anything. The person that won the first bid got to pay Boots. That's what I see coming out of the situation. I just think Eddie Hearn play game. Eddie Hearn does Eddie Hearn. He like game. And he use these fighters and he try to draw the casuals in and say, oh, they talking about this fight. Let's see what's going on. And now they're going to see that fight because he was bringing up that name time.
Right. Right. I'm with you. I mean, I've seen some people take that angle too. Cause again, I was talking about clout chasing. It was like, nah, Norman and them. I knew y'all had a fight coming up. Y'all was clout chasing. I'm like, hold on, pump the brakes. Who's sending what? They ain't sending shit. They ain't like, yeah, we got to fight and we gonna send a con. They got something sent to them. So the same way they knew they had a fight, same way Eddie knew what it was. They knew that date was there because that was one of the first things he brought up. You get what I'm saying? So some could say, I mean, like you knew when that purse bid was too, and y'all went back and forth long enough for y'all to run out of time, and you to kind of blame them, the clout chase. They was gonna take that fight regardless, and they would have just took it without none of this noise had y'all not sent the offer in the beginning. So I don't think it's a matter of clout chasing on either way. I just hate clout chasing in boxing. It's misused, bro. That's not clout chasing.
When this whole thing went down, I've always said, Ron Boots wants to fight, and I think Brian Norman wants to fight. I think it's Eddie Hearn being Eddie Hearn. I think Eddie Hearn was just being Eddie Hearn. Because you can't tell me that Jerron don't want a unification fight. He said he'd be on this. You can't tell me he don't want a unification fight. You can't tell me that Brian Norman Jr. don't want a big fight to put his name on the map. You go out there and you beat Jerron Ennis. Yeah, we wasn't talking much about Brian Norman before, but we would be talking about Brian Norman for at least the next 2 weeks if he go out there and he beat Jerron.
For real, the next month.
I can't understand neither one of them not wanting to have that fight.
That's what I'm saying. It ain't on them fighters. We got to place blame accordingly. And again, I know we don't. We ain't got to place blame. We got to stop looking for people to blame. Sometimes shit don't get worked out. And it is what it is. Not about somebody being wrong. You entitled to negotiate. That's what happens. People entitled to stand on principle, stand on business. We love saying it. Then when we see somebody that's doing it, we asking them not to do it and just take it because it's more than what you made in your last fight, which is some stupid shit to say. Damn, did y'all see what kind of jump Caleb Plant made from who he fought before he fought Canelo? Did you see the jump? Like anybody, and they gonna say, "Oh, it's Canelo." It don't matter though. It's one situation does not have anything to do with the next. Is all I'm saying. Like it just don't matter. You get paid $100,000 or whatever it was. That's now you're a champion. You playing with different money. Of course, you're not going to expect
yesterday's price is not today's price. Just the situation surrounding that fight is completely different at that point. For one, you a champion now. Now you got a different dance partner, somebody who just sold out tens and thousands of seats in a big ass arena. So it's just like the situation surrounding the fight is completely different.
Like,
so of course, your asking price would be different.
If you look the last fight that Kern had with Jerron Ennis, he made $75,000 for that fight. It was like 75, 78,000. Fight that he's about to get with Jerron, if they go through with this fight, because I think Jerron has a couple more days to sign that contract. I think he had like 15 days to sign that contract. If they go through with this fight, Kern is getting roughly 10 times what he made that fight when he fought Jerron.
You know what I'm saying?
He's going to get 700,000, and Jerron will get 1.3.
And he a challenger. You know what I'm saying?
He's getting a boost in his pay by fighting Jerron.
That's my issue with it. Has always been like it's not about the fighters. The fighters are going to want to fight, right? It's the politicking that goes on behind the scenes. Like you had Senior talking about, well, it's not about money, but in turn, his next statement's talking about, well, we asked for this. Like they asked for 2.8, right? If you want to make comparisons, right? Like Bud made what 2.5 in his last fight. He's the champion, and that was fighting Madrimov. But then now you have Norman Jr., who is a new champion, who doesn't really have a name. He's asking for 2.8. They offered him 1.7 at first, and then came back with $2 million. You know what I mean? And they still turned it down. Well, the first point is like, well, if it's that saying if it's not about money, well, why does it turn around and then he makes statements of that nature?
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying? Like I feel like it's his dad. It's like that's what we all harp about in this boxing game, right? Like talk about Tio, right? I know Tio's crazy, but put Tio aside. His dad is just bonkers. You know what I mean? Like Ryan Garcia's dad, a little bit bonkers. Like, and it's always the dads that are overstepping that's making the fighter look bad. So everybody turns around and makes it seem like, well, Brian Norman ducked. Well, really, Brian Norman hasn't said anything. It's been his dad that has been
Bro, I
vocal
keep
about
telling
everything.
him. Can't
You know what I
blame
mean?
the
His dad
fighters,
has been
bro.
vocal about everything. You know what I mean? So then,
Oh man,
really,
but it's
all
his
everybody
team,
has
so
to push
that's
off of
it's
is
just like
hypotheticals.
him. Nah, he ain't duck shit, and I'm standing on that. Tell me where
Everybody
you
goes
can
based on
find Brian
hypotheticals.
Norman
Or
saying I
well,
don't want to
this
fight.
or well, that. Or well, did Brian Norman come out and get on one of these platforms
Nope.
on whether it be Mill City or and say, oh no, I don't want to fight him because I'm not getting what I want? Or
Nope.
no, it's not him who's making it seem like that. Is his dad. It's not Brian Norman.
His management and his dad, you know, handling the business for him. But I get it, and it's always gonna be about money, bro. But I think it's more so principle with them, and maybe they feel like, yeah, we know we could leverage something, but maybe they could have, you know, overplayed their hand just a bit, possibly.
Once you get into that level of becoming a contender or being a champion, it's always about the money. It's very seldom it's about the legacy. Yeah, we want the legacy, but we want to get paid for that legacy.
You know what I'm saying?
Getting punched in the face for free.
I can keep running around talking about how you got the best fighter in the world. Like I ain't trying to get. I can keep saying it, bro. They be like, I'm about to fight the best fighter in the world. Let us get paid, man. That boots ass whooping hit different. Let me play this clip. Aisha sent me with Eddie Hearn talking. I got something else with him and Leonard Ellerby talking too, real quick. But let me play this. I think she was trying to show me where he said something about this 50-50 situation. Cause I be thinking this dude, he be slick talking. Eddie is slick talking.
Colin McGuigan for IFL TV.
I'll smash the like button. We're gonna keep cooking, man, for a few more minutes. Oh yeah, this I remember this when he was going off.
Because I can't put up with all this bullshit anymore. You know, I've actually tried to sort of not chill
I think
out,
he said
but
it
just
early
not
too
bite
in the first part.
to any numpties. But I think I might just let everybody fucking have it instead, which is great news for you. Come on then. No, go on. You got to ask me questions first. Right, let's go. Eddie, have you heard of Bob Smith, who manages fucking someone, said this?
Okay, so you know what I'm talking about already. Norman's managers came out and said that.
Who's Norman's manager?
You tell me.
I don't know.
You've seen what he said.
Who is he? What's his name? Now you got
need to check out now.
You talk about is that
Adrian Clark? Actually, before I even get checking that.
I didn't realise it was Adrian Clark. Go on, yeah. What did Adrian Clark? I mean, firstly, one of the problems is Brian Norman's called Brian, right? Which ain't great. And
5
Adrian
minutes.
Clark's
Let me
called
scroll
Adrian.
up. Let me scroll up, yeah. Hold on.
If you want, I'll show you a P&L on what I'm paying. And then they're like, Boots got 4 million for the purse bid. Do you know how purse bids work? Like, you haven't got a fucking clue. This is easier for you to know. The payments for Boots and Norman for the unification, because of what Boots was prepared to take for the unification, would be a 50-50 split.
There you go.
So
Aisha.
you're saying that if you were offering 1.25 million to each of them?
I'm saying, no, it's much more than that. I'm saying that 50-50 split. The payments for Boots and Norman for the unification, because of what Boots was prepared to take for the unification, would be a 50-50 split.
So you're saying that if you were offering 1.25 million to each of them?
I'm saying, no, it's much more than that. I'm saying that Boots has agreed to try and make this fight happen in a situation where basically they're going to get pretty much the same amount of money. Jaron Ennis, the best welterweight in the world, just sold out 15,000 at Wells Fargo. Right? Massive TV deal with the Zone. He's moving his money to basically get the same as Brian Norman in the fight.
Yeah.
Yet Brian Norman won't take 17 and a half times more than he made in his last fight.
That shit sound. That's all
where
cute,
the game
Eddie.
is so messed up.
Yeah, so each basically they'd be basically taking 50, man. Hell with that. My question is, why wouldn't they take that? How much money would it put them at if they both getting the same thing? So that's not gonna get them what they looking for. So they telling me they was asking for more than 50-50? That shit don't even sound believable.
I think,
man,
is it possible? Is it possible that the total purse for this fight is hovering somewhere around $4 million, right? Hovering somewhere 4.5, 4.2, 4.3, maybe it's hovering. And I think it's hard for people to wrap their mind around that because you hear the rumblings that Boots Ennis made 3.3 million in his last fight, right? So it's like, what did David Avenesian get paid? Are we supposed to believe that the purse was bigger over there than it is for this title unification fight? I'm not too sure, but I'll say that the math could, I think two things can coexist in the same space. I think it's possible that Eddie Hearn is making offers and not presenting information as to how much money there is in the pot to give out.
He kind of
right?
leaving some holes in the shit.
He's not communicating transparently with Adrian Clark about what the real situation is, and he's trying to keep it to his chest, and that's
and
promoter.
I get it, but I can
That's
see him
promoter
doing
talk.
it. This is why I say that I felt like they was transparent on their side. He got his dad telling
Everybody.
you everything. He telling you all the numbers.
Yes.
He's telling you what he got paid the last time. He going against what his son wanted you to do, and you're telling me that's the guy that you are mad at because they trying to get money.
You're right. 100%.
When has it ever been bad to try to negotiate money? How is it all just get in there and fight? No, we standing on business, bro.
Yeah.
He just said he got the best welterweight in the world. Well, damn it, we know that. Pay us. Pay us, man. We get playing with him. Pay us.
You're absolutely right with the million. Because if you
not
look
enough
at
for them to get in there. Eddie, you pissing me off because it's like you be trying to confuse the people, bro.
He's
you
controlling
really with this shit.
He's controlling the situation. He's trying to control.
Getting paid the same amount. That's wild to me. I can't make sense out of that, bro. That literally puts them more, I think, than what they were asking for. So you telling me they wasn't willing to take more than what they was asking for to get in the ring? That's basically what he's saying. 50-50 is what? They said Boots is close to 2 million and some change. Like, just think about it. 50-50. Say it's 4 million. Half and half. So ain't that the $2 million that he said he wanted in the beginning? Well, and in the end, that's what they wanted. So this is, man, I don't know. I know promoters are slick, man. Eddie ain't no different. Somebody brought up the point, pardon me forgetting for who made the point. It's about him possibly being on the budget from losing money from before. Maybe that's a real thing. I don't want to over speculate, but sounds possible, sounds believable. Nobody want to end the business to keep losing money. So if he was losing money from the start, pretty sure they, ain't nobody made it. Nobody in the business to just keep losing and losing and losing. So I don't know, man.
Maybe Turkey said, "Look, I done lost enough money. I ain't trying to lose no more money."
It's possible, bro. Right.
But
I invested enough in
Turkey,
Boots. Like, I ain't overpaying you to fight him, and maybe that's his stance, and I get that too. But like I said, the story is gonna read. You got Boots in this. You signed him. He fought David Avenesian in Philly. Brought out some people to Wells Fargo Arena, fumbled and botched that second situation. He wasn't able to get no unification. You got that man traveling as a champion to Germany into my hometown that might not even try to win, possibly. Like, it's stink. The story is going to be that the Boots Ennis experiment, it wasn't successful. You wasn't able to get it done. And I ain't going to say it's your fault, but that's how it's going to read. You wasn't able to do it. You know what I'm saying? And then you got, somebody said they don't really trust Charles Conwell. My brother Kyle Coolett, him and his coach said something about it. So that's the only thing we got out to go off, right? Eddie Hearn is usually responding to everybody else. He did a pretty good job at responding to Adrian Clark, who he claimed he didn't know, which I found out that he done business with him. So he was just being silly and foolish with that.
If you really think
I don't
about
know, man. I just want to see him get somebody and it work out without us having to try to figure out all their business. You get me? We seen it fail before. Like, it's looking like that. It's looking like that again. And then regardless of whose fault it is, you got to deliver at some point. Because why get him? Why get him to say, look what I got? Yeah, I got this this brand new Ferrari, but like I said, I don't drive it. You know what I mean? I don't really take it out of first gear. Like, come on, bro. Come on, man. You gotta do Boots better than that. That's all.
Yeah. But if you look at Hearn, he hasn't got anybody a big fight outside of AJ. He hasn't got anybody a big fight. Devin Haney never got that big fight under Eddie Hearn.
He might, Kurt.
Andrade never got that big fight under Eddie Hearn. Now you got Shakur and you got Boots. Will they get that big fight? We will see. You never got nobody that big fight except for AJ.
Halim was good with it. Yeah, that's what I said. Him saying that 50-50 is basically saying you willing to pay them the same amount. And why I say I question that, because there was no consistency with that. You ain't hear him say this in interviews over and over. At least I don't remember it. But that's why that kind of went over my head, because I didn't believe him when he said that. I was like, bro, what? I don't think sometimes they think when you throwing some shit out there, you want to make people believers, but for the ones that's really invested and paying attention, we start having questions like that. Don't make a whole lot of sense. That would mean that you didn't really want to fight. At 50, you don't have 50-50. I don't nah, bro. Hell no. Eddie Hearn trying to pull a fast one, bro. That shit didn't make a lot of sense. But good luck, man. Good luck. You with one of the hardest jobs I think in boxing right now is getting Boots and his opponent. That makes sense. That's got to be tough. Now and then you got another one. You got Shakur. Oh man, yeah, Kurt. He might go through the same shit, bro.
I think Eddie Hearn is pretty much frozen out of when it comes to making fights over here on this soil. It seems like he's pretty much frozen out to a large degree. Anybody who goes into business with Eddie Hearn has to take in consideration that, especially if you have your own issues. That's why I said I wonder how the conversations have gone to make these to sign these fighters like Shakur or Jerron Boots Ennis, because somebody like Jerron Boots Ennis, who seems like the division is frozen him out. Now you compound it by signing with Eddie Hearn. What's the plan B? There's got to be a plan B. You had to have seen this potentially coming. I know I did. I've been asking for Boots to go to 150. In many ways, I'm very happy that Boots is going to 154, but it is sort of sour. It's kind of bittersweet to kind of see the way it's happening. I don't like it happening in this way, but I've been said that I don't think Boots is going to be very successful at unifying and becoming undisputed at 147. He's been going through these issues way before Eddie Hearn even came in the picture. We already know. Even when he was over there with Steven Espinoza and Cameron Duncan with that, cousin brother sister relationship with the PBC, he wasn't able to get into opportunities. So
right, I'm with you. I got one final clip for y'all. Shout out to Claymore, my guy, and McQueen.
Who the hell is that 154 though? This is that Eddie has under his control. Because otherwise, it's going to be the same situation. So it's like
Turkey's is a wild card. Turkey's a wild card.
That's the only thing I'll say. And only optimism is Turkey being able to help facilitate fights for him at 54. And the only reason I think that could be a focus, remember after he fought Alvarez and he went to the locker room, Turkey was on the phone. That fight that he was suggesting was a 54 fight. It seemed like they got plans for him. Whenever he ready to say, look, I'm ready to go up, I think they got some plans for him. But I got one more thing from Eddie Hearn and Leonard Ellerby. My guy L-Dub sent this to me. Because a lot of people done frame Shakur to be a duck. Let's see if Leonard Ellerby called him one.
Gentlemen, so obviously you both have fighters that the world would love to see in the ring versus one another. There's rumors of Tank potentially fighting in November. Shakur scheduled to fight Joe Cordina. Are we ever going to see you two get together and make that fight happen, the fight that everybody wants to see?
Well, Tank will be back before the end of the year. He's very looking at a couple guys right now, but he'll be back before the end of the year. As it relates to the Shakur Stevenson fight, Tank wants him.
He will have the biggest moment of his career on Saturday night.
All about the timing.
I feel that in Las Vegas,
a two-fight plan with Shakur. Hopefully extends Joe Cordina to pay in February.
Once the bell
I think that
these two men will collide, and all of that will go away.
I think Tank is so
Canelo Alvarez having main evented here in Las Vegas on Mexican Independence Day weekend for over 12 years. So this is September 2012, main event here at the MGM Grand Garden Arena.
Why not?
I like Leonard, yo. Give me a Leonard on my team, yo.
Shakur cannot fuck with Tank. He's a very good fighter. A lot of respect for him, what he's done in the ring. Got a good team around him, but he can't fuck with Tank.
Your point when it comes to making a big fight with Tank is you feel like the opponent has to draw a certain amount at the box office. How close or how far away is Shakur from that moment?
I don't want to get into those details. I mean, obviously, he's he's won every fight that he had in the ring. The business is always different. You know, we all know what Tank brings to the table. Tank, every time he comes out, you get this. You know, so he's going to keep on doing what he's doing. Inevitably, those two will meet in the ring. It will happen. It will definitely happen.
I agree with you. I'll say something about Shakur. His fight has been dampened for a long time.
For the WBA Super Middleweight Championship, Ultimate World, Caleb Plant, the former IBF Super Middleweight Champion.
Fight on ESPN
That's
this
the guy
year.
who has tested his skills against the world's
but they
best.
didn't want to tell everyone that he does big
Canelo.
numbers.
Been in there against
We keep
David
building him,
Benavidez.
and he comes up
knocked
against a
out
commercial
Anthony
giant
Durrell, the
like
highlight
Tank.
reel knockout of the
Shakur
year
against
back in
Tank. It's one of the
2022.
great All-American fights, and one of the biggest fights in boxing.
I mean, he does got Mason, Cameron.
Yeah, man. So
Bro,
yeah,
that clip was fire, bro. That was a fire ass. I did not see that. I don't know who sent that to you.
My guy,
this whole entire
Edgar.
panel worth it. That was an ill ass clip, bro. Like, you know, it was amazing because to see both of them on with each other on the screen speaking like that.
Taking what I'm taking
oh
from
man,
it.
that gave me
Edgar
goosebumps.
said the
Bro.
same thing.
That put
Eddie
the
and
whole
Leonard getting
negotiation in
along.
perspective.
You can trust Eddie. I mean Leonard Ellaby's word when it comes to Tank. But that's what that was my first takeaway. Like Dub pointed that out, them talking together. That
shit gave me goosebumps, bro.
What else did he when he spoke about Shakur? Why he ain't just say he ducked? Why he ain't just say Shakur ducked like everybody else been running this thing? Why
just get him, just do it.
It's
get
a
him.
matter of time, man. Why he ain't just come out and be like, yeah, man, that fight ain't happened because he signed with you. He talking to him. All these weak ass narratives that I had to listen to for about a month straight, the last month or so, weeks. Where
take your time, Just take your time. Take your time. Take your time.
Where's Leonard at? What's Leonard saying right now? What is Leonard telling us? Like, why he could have just came out and said, yeah, that man turned him down. I can't believe they facilitated a whole fight in their imaginations and brought it to YouTube and really just made it a thing. Oh, that shit is the wildest thing, man. Shout out to everybody. I think my good brother BVO is coming on at 8 o'clock. Yes, he is. I just seen him pop on, followed by the Rise family. One last thing I had for y'all, man. I appreciate y'all coming up to build with your boy too. Yeah, man. I trust Leonard, man. He's very consistent. I used him as reference points in another live about how a Tank fight get made. He pretty much telling you right there, the way people say it on YouTube versus how it actually get done is totally different. I like that they talking. That's a good sign. If Shakur so happens to be on that side when that situation gets put together, but I like to see them talking, man. Hopefully they do bet and make this fight. I want to see it, man. Like I said, man, he could have just came out and said he ducked, and then he ain't do that, and I think that speaks volumes in and of itself, man. Rude exposure was good, my guy. Saying want to throw Shakur under the bus. Right. But that would be smart too, though. All jokes aside, you don't want to kill it. You know, you wouldn't want to put that out there anyway. But like I said, I already knew it because I got the chance to speak to one of the coaches, man. I told y'all, man, your boy just be in the loop. That shit is ain't nobody. That conversation wasn't even gonna make it to YouTube. So you think gonna sit up and just tell me a lie just to tell me something? But he's keeping it real with me. It was like, yo, that never happened. Never was offered that. In fact, I go as far as saying when I told y'all he joined camp that day, that was supposed to be for Zepeda. Zepeda then stepped out, and Joe Cordina got himself worked into the mix. That's who they was thinking they was joining camp for. That's how much I do know. You get what I'm saying? I know somebody that's gonna be right there putting in the work, perfecting the craft right with them. So it's good to be able to know people that know a couple people that just gonna give you the right information. If I ever reach out to somebody and they tell me a lie, and then it ends up being a lie to y'all, that'll be it for them. I'll never reach out for nothing. So shout out to the coach, man, for just keeping it real, man. And shout out to everybody for coming up here. Ace, rude exposure, man, but we out of here before we get too late. It's 8:05. That's my grace period, man. Shout out to everybody Zoom verse, my guy Claymore Rain. We back at it tomorrow to build. Shout out to everybody in the super chat, cash chat.
We back, Just. I appreciate you having me up on the panel.
You already know, always, man. We're gonna keep building with that.
Likewise.
Peace to the fan.